Okay. Oh, we need better lighting. All right. How are we doing now? We should be live. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thanks for joining. Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. I made the mistake of watching Ted Lasso up until the point that I should have started making dinner, and of course, I had to finish the episode because it's a great show. And so, yeah, started eating late. But anyways, we're here now. We're going on the stream. Everything looks good. Looks like we are live. Justin, Luke, Devin, awesome. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, that's starting early. That's not good. All right, let's see. We've got. Can I see the whole poll? Oh, here we go. Yep, we've got some votes in the poll. If you haven't voted yet, make sure you get your vote in. If your favorite beverage isn't on there, just pick the one that you prefer the most. We'll keep that poll rolling for a while. I click off of it. Great, now I have that there forever. Awesome. Guys, how are you doing? How was your weekend? Anybody get out, hit the course, play some disc golf? How was the weather? Did you play any tournaments? What's going on? I got some disc golf in this weekend. I played 3 rounds at the same course at Wing It, and 3 mediocre to bad rounds. Just a few shots off each round. Just didn't feel quite good on the course. Just felt meh the whole round, each round. Just had a lot of good shots that didn't get birdies. Yeah, it was just rough. I had 7 on the first round. I had 7 birdie putts that hit metal but didn't go in. And it just kind of like all around, I just couldn't land a birdie. And then I took a triple bogey with a couple of terrible tree kicks into some thick woods. I had a CTP up until the last card, and somebody like got it from me, so kind of lost that potential couple of tournaments that could have been paid for. And I was in 3rd place on the final round, which for the unsanctioned 2-round tournament, I would have, been taking home $84, which would have been really nice. And I had just the most unbelievable tree kick out of bounds that I could imagine on a hole where I was set up to take an easy par, if not a birdie, and took a bogey and just lost all of my momentum. Ended up being a couple shots back from 3rd. Yeah, so not my best. Not my best, but it happens. It's life. It's disc golf. Not everything goes your way. And you just gotta roll with the punches, deal with it, and keep playing. It was a bummer. Justin says, sounds like my round yesterday. Devin says, looking good. I assume that's not directed at Luke. Devin says, not Luke, so maybe it's Justin. Devin says, no. And, well, it's got to be me. I guess it's me. Sorry, guys. Bob, frisbee? Yeah, well, yes, but disc golf. So, where's my frisbee? So I have a frisbee, an actual ultimate disc. I played ultimate in college, just for a club team, intramurals and stuff. But the disc, where's a good example? Disc golf discs are shaped quite differently than the ultimate frisbee disc. So I love ultimate frisbee, but I really love disc golf. So got my disc collection back here and a bunch off camera. But yeah, these are designed to fly further and faster than ultimate frisbees, basically. But yeah, disc golf, love it. Devin says, yes, it's you, Brad. You're looking good today. All right, it must be the shirt. It's got to be the shirt. MX Spike, sup, another weekly check-in. Enjoy your week, boss. Thanks for hopping in for a second. Thanks for chat. Hope that you have a great week as well. Keep an eye out for all the videos and shorts and stuff popping up. Hopefully some good ones this week. We'll see. Brooklyn, thanks for stopping in. Hi. Thanks for joining. MX Spike says, disc golf. I thought the community agreed to call it froth. Maybe the 1980 California community agreed to call it froth. But disc golf is the established term nowadays. Yeah, it used to be known as froth when it was basically just college kids playing, and that was it. But with the broadening, the fact that discs are different than frisbees, distinct and separate as a category, and by design to improve on the frisbee, um, disc golf is the way. Have like a person screaming outside. Brooklyn says, "You so nice. I hope I'm nice. Thanks for hopping in. Having a good time. Chilling together. Make sure you vote in the poll. Very, very important that we know if you like Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, Sprite, or root beer the best. I don't know why, but it's very important." By the way, I voted for Mountain Dew because I don't know. There's so many flavors, and I'm a sucker for Mountain Dew. But I have had like craft root beer that was better than any Mountain Dew I've ever had. So there are some root beers that are like next level where the quality is just off the charts and Mountain Dew just can't compare. But if I'm getting just something from the gas station, it's not going to be a root beer. So that's my pickiness, is it has to be like that really good root beer or else Mountain Dew wins out. FYI. Bob Bunny says frisbee. Yeah, I mean, discs, frisbee, very similar, but discs are designed to fly totally differently than a frisbee. Frisbee is only going to do basically one thing. It's going to go straight or maybe drift right, but discs are designed to turn over fast, slower, S-curve through the air, dump left, go dead straight, go straight but not go very far like a berg. So there's a lot of variety to discs, a lot of different shot shapes that are intended to help you go around obstacles, have different levels of ground play, different weights. So a lot of differences to the just general ultimate frisbee disc. Brent says that he can tell me who won today, but we don't do spoilers. Rag, thanks for joining us. Hey, appreciate you hopping on. Evolve, thanks for jumping in, saying hi. Welcome to the stream. Just hanging out, chilling. Brent says, "Oh, it's not over yet." Oh, nice. Yep. So I'm looking forward to watching Waco tomorrow. I watched round 1, and so it's no spoiler to say that Ezra Robinson was on that card because it's round 1. It's just a feature card, and there were some crazy shots on the card, a couple of crazy ones, and yeah, it was fun to watch. So round 1, I can say it was an enjoyable watch. I heard things about a player today, a couple hours ago, who was great, like had a crazy score going. So it sounds like there have been a couple of good rounds to watch. I'm excited. Okay, let's see. 70 degrees yesterday, and now it's snowing. That's Michigan for you. Come on, Michigan, choose. Yeah, I mean, the only way you can get worse than that is when you have a 70-degree day that drops to 30 and snows in the same day. That's ridiculous. And Michigan has made that happen. Red says he is so cute. It's the shirt. It's all the shirt. Me Blueberry says hi. It's a funny name. That's great. Thanks for hopping in, everybody. Join the stream. Just hanging out, chatting and chilling. Banda says, "Hey man, long time no nope. Don't think so." Goodbye. So I got my disc golf tournament rounds in. Like I said, really not the best. But this week, I'm turning around from unsanctioned chances to win cash. And I'm going straight toward an MPO tournament that I'm playing, the Queen City Gambit. It's a B tier, and it's a 3-round tournament. 2 rounds at Nevin, pro level course where they play the Pro Tour Series Championship. Although I won't play that entire layout. It'll be about 50% of that layout I'll play. And then the other 8, 9 holes will be different. And maybe some of the tee pads will be the shorts. For some of those will be easier. But overall, it's definitely like a pro level layout. And then Eastway, I'm playing the longs, except for some of the holes, about 5 of them, have super longs where there's 3 tee pads, and we're playing the furthest back tee pad. And some of those shots are very tough. So it's gonna be a good tournament, and I played some good practice rounds. 2 of my 3 practice rounds were really good, and then my third one was not that bad. I struggled and still scored even. So I'm hoping to go 10 down. I think will put me in the top 5. So I'm hoping for that. Fingers crossed I go like 13, 14, maybe top 3. That'd be really cool. I would be fine with turning down cash. Brusco says, hello everyone, greetings from Rome, Italy. That's cool. Thanks for joining us from Rome. That's really awesome. Spike says, how much under are you normally shooting in your practice rounds? So at Nevin, I filmed my practice round and I went 5 down on the layout, which was it was 250 rated on UDisc. So I think that translates to around 1,000 rated. And then at Eastway, I went even, which is fine, probably like a 950 rated. And then I followed up with another round right after it and went 7 down. Best I've ever played the course. And that's a 257 rated on UDisc. So that should be like a 1020 rated round. So I'm really hoping to put up like 2,000 rated rounds if I can, and then hang on with like a 960 rated third round or second round in there. If I can manage that, then average my tournament about 1,000 rated would be really great. Jake Robloxia says, are you a frisbee pro? So I do play disc golf, a little bit different than frisbees. You have the ultimate frisbee versus the disc, which is designed to fly further, faster, and have different shot shapes than the frisbee. But technically speaking, I'm still an amateur, but I have been winning cash and turning it down and taking like merchandise credit instead to keep my amateur status for the rest of the year, competing in a couple of amateur majors this summer if I can, and then I will start accepting cash in the fall. So that's my plan. So I've competed and won in the professional division, but I turned down the monetary winnings. So I'm not technically ranked as a professional disc golfer, but I'm decent. I'm pretty good, compared to the average player, I would say. How many par 4s plus? So Nevin has hole 1's a par 4, hole 4 is a par 4, hole 5 is a par 5, 7, 8, 9's a par 4, 10, 11's a par 4, 12 is a par 5 again, or maybe that's 13. Okay, 12 is a par 4, 13's a par 5, 14, 15's a par 4, 16's a par 4, and 17's a par 4. So it's mostly par 4s. So Nevin's brutal. Eastway is, I think, more like 6 par 4s. And then a par 4 that should be a par 5 right in the middle of the course. And then hole 18 is a par 5. So there are quite a few par 4s and 5s, and they're all heavily wooded shots too. So it's not about max distance and power. There are no real eagle opportunities, I would say, with any of those holes, because the basket is not just 600 feet away. It's 600 feet away with condensed woods and a dog leg. So they're very difficult courses to score consistently under par and get birdie opportunities. So it's really about staying safe and taking a lot of pars and then sneaking in a couple of birdies here and there and keeping your score just a few under. Then if you happen to get a couple extra birdies and you're scoring well, then you have a chance to win. So that's how I'm kind of playing Nevin, especially. Eastway is slightly less wooded, but still brutal. And I would say 15 under might win it. There were a couple of people that went 22 down last year, but they were like Grady Shoe, like people who play on the Pro Tour. And I don't think any Pro Tour players have signed up so far because they're touring. So I think the MPO winner is going to be probably 15 down. Yeah. If I shot 3 of my best rounds, I could shoot a 16 or a 17 down because I could go 5 and 5 at Nevin and 7 at Eastway. But that just that's unlikely to happen in competition. Designer says, I like your plate collection. Thank you. These are disc golf discs. So all of them are designed to fly differently, and they're shaped slightly differently. This one is an orc, a driver that's stable and has a little bit of fade, or a little bit of turn, but a lot more fade. And then up here we've got ourselves a D2 Air, which is a lightweight disc, and it's very, very flippy. So when I throw this right hand backhand, it flips up and over and goes way right. This is probably the disc I've thrown the furthest on my YouTube channel. I had a short where I threw it with a bunch of hyzer, and it flipped up over all the way down to a parking lot where it almost hit my car. So this one flew about 500 feet downhill, which is pretty cool. But yeah, they're all designed to fly a little bit differently, and some of them are more rounded and slower, intended for not going as far and being more controlled shots. But also some of them are designed to be putted into the basket. Why are you whispering? I'm not. Why are you listening so quietly? I don't know. It's a good question. Nicole says, this is a pretty cool disc golf. Yeah, play a lot of disc golf. Love it. Absolutely love it. Do you play, Nicole? Let's see. Nicole says, what's the best kind of disc if you want to have distance, but yet you want to get in between trees and stuff? So my recommendation for that type of shot is the Brave. The Brave is a 7.6 -1.2, which is a slower speed but high glide. So I think that as the basically the lowest speed of a fairway driver at a 7 speed, it's the perfect step into the driver category while maintaining control and accuracy, but the glide on it provides that extra bit of distance, even though the speed is a little bit slower. So the Brave is the first driver that I'm looking at when I'm playing in the woods, but I also want distance off the tee. So that's my recommendation. The River is also similar. I think it's a 7.7 -1.1, something like that. So I would aim for something in the 7 category with high glide and then a little bit understable. So something that you can throw and maybe drift over. Valkyries aren't too bad if you get a flippier one. Some champion Valks are a little bit stable. So yeah, that's my recommendation. I would find something in that 7 to 9 speed, but really aim at that 7. See if you can get that high glide and a little understability. Great question. Really great question. Ella said, played again today. Wasn't the greatest day, but had fun. Heck yeah. Had some good shots, but mostly one of those days with early releases and a lot of hyzers. I just can't trust my discs at this moment. That's tough, but at least you're getting out on the course and the weather is letting you play. That's really nice. Also, I'm sure that you were consoled by your graphics card's quality after the round was done. Jake Robloxia says, oh. Maida says hi. Designer already got that. Me Blueberry says, I won't read that because I can't. Ooh, actually, maybe I can understand Spanish. Good job, my brother. Your videos are entertaining. Happy birthday. I don't know. I tried. Isu Cupliano says congratulations, right? Celebration. Brazil. Vanderland Luz de Mayo from Brazil. Welcome to the stream. Brazil, long ways away. Spike says, dang, my hottest round ever was a B tourney, only par 3, 7 down one day, 10 down for the whole tourney. 10 down for the whole tourney. Nice. 10 down is pretty good. That's pretty great. Depending on the course, of course. But 10 down sounds pretty solid. Did you end up in like top 3, top 5? Did you win? That'd be pretty sweet. Toxic said, can you break a plate behind you? I'll sub if you do. So Toxic, these are not plates. These are disc golf discs. So they bend. They're not breakable. Well, they are breakable, but it has to be pretty cold outside or it has to be pretty old for a disc to actually break. They're meant to rebound off of trees. And yeah, so these plastic discs are designed to fly far. And they're going to hit the ground eventually. So they're built to withstand that. Especially MVP's design, they have a different plastic for the rim that's designed to take the force of hitting things. And then they'll have the inside flight plate and top of a separate plastic that's designed to be weighted differently. They put more weight on the outside of the disc than the inside, so that the centrifugal force, centripetal force, helps it fly further. So, sorry, no broken plates. Well, I think I have a broken disc somewhere that I smashed into a tree, but I don't have it to show you. Where did I get this one? Somewhere around there. Adeline says hi. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Spike says, okay, out now. Love how you deflect the trolls with a super nice and welcoming attitude. I try. Thanks for joining us, Spike. Appreciate the comments. Catch you later, man. Catch you on the next one, and hopefully you can catch up on all the videos. Nicole says, I do sometimes at the parks. Okay, cool. Appreciate that because I usually throw 7. Yeah, 7 speed is, I think, the perfect driver speed if, like me, you're not throwing the level of the players on tour who can just absolutely bomb it. I can throw decently far, but nothing compared to them. So I think the 7 speed is just the perfect speed for control and distance. I throw faster speeds, but I don't have the same level of control on them, and they just have a different flight shape that I want. But it's really cool that you play it. There's a lot of great parks, especially like local courses that just have par 3s that are just a ton of fun. It's great that you're getting out there playing disc golf. What's your favorite disc? MC Gathering Entertainment, how do you remain happy? You look so happy. That's a great question. There are several answers to that. The main one for me personally is that I have placed my faith in Jesus Christ, and with him, kind of being the point of my life, it's easier to remain at peace despite things in my life not going how I want them to. So I had a tournament that sucked this weekend. It was really just so frustrating because I was so close to playing well, to having a chance at winning, to having a chance at winning money, and I just fell short. Some of it were bad throws. Some of it I felt robbed of, a good throw that didn't result in a birdie. But overall, I have peace because I know that everything in the end is going to be okay. And the main purpose of my life is not to be the best at something or to win the most or to be seen as cool, but it's to help other people and be an encouraging, kind person who also works hard to be the best that I can as a disc golfer and as a family member. But ultimately, if my life isn't about putting myself first, it's a lot easier to have peace. Nicole says, I like a lighter disc. Yeah. I started out like a lightweight diamond was fantastic. And a lot of people love a lightweight diamond. So flippy and like 155 grams. It just, can fly forever. Now those are too flippy and too lightweight. Just be a roller for me. But it's such a good either like stepping stone or if you just throw a little bit slower, it's the way to get distance. So never shy away from throwing a lighter disc if it's going to help you. Elle says, yes, true. It's been good to get back, though. Trying to get my forehand back. I'm relying more on my forehand for birdies. Feels like I have more control than my backhand. Yeah, it's that age-old, like, what's comfortable? What are you better with? And obviously for me, if you guys have seen my stuff, it's 98% backhand, 2% forehand. And forehand is usually not off the tee because that's just pathetic. It's pretty bad. But some people just, the forehand is more natural and the backhand is less accurate because you are turning your head away from where you're aiming on the backhand. It works for me. Footwork, I think, does a lot for it. Forehand is a lot about that arm swing, and it's still just a struggle for me to get that swing correct and actually get the disc out of my hand without a lot of wobble to it. So it's a long journey. I've been working on my forehand, but good on you for doing a little bit of both. But yeah, try to get that forehand back into shape. Nicole says, birthday on the 26th. Heck yeah, happy early birthday coming up soon. Join us next week, and we'll just be a couple days out from your birthday, and we'll say happy birthday again. But it'll actually be that week. Nicole has a much better backhand. Yeah, like me. Alexander says, what technique do you use, over or underhand? So my technique would be the fan grip backhand. So I'm gripping like this with thumb on top and fingers under the flight plate, and I'm throwing flat backhands, basically. A little bit of hyzer maybe, so getting it out of my hand like this and flipping up a little bit into the flight. I do not like throwing overhand shots like Jake Wolf. Just don't have that. There's something with the arm for me that this motion is just not a consistent, strong, accurate, powerful thing. So the forehand, the overhand shots, not my favorite. Maybe for a scramble or an upshot where I just kind of need to hit the angle, I'll pull it out. But for the most part, it's going to be a backhand. And I'd rather throw one of my best shots over the weekend is a hole that most people would say you should be throwing a forehand on. And you should throw a forehand to swinging through a gap and then fade the pin. And I took an outside gap with a backhand turnover with my sole, and I got the birdie. And I would say it was one of my better shots of the weekend because it wasn't really designed to be thrown as a backhand, but I'm able to make it work because my forehand is so bad that my backhand turnover has compensated for it. So that's my style, is backhand dominant. Nicole says, trying to work on my tomahawk throw. Heck yeah, that's tough. Tomahawk is tough, but I've seen it. It can be so useful. Zero says, hello. Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us. I thought I was going to sneeze, but... Whew. All right, we did sneeze. Sneeze successful. It's your boy Trev says, I won $250. Yeah, I had a chance to win 320, I think, for my 2-round unsanctioned tournament, and didn't. I had a chance to win $284. Nope. I didn't win anything. I went home empty-handed, but congrats on 250. T. Austin says, always love seeing your birdie of the day shorts. Thank you. Try to get a post out there every day. Just having a birdie. Sometimes I feel like it's a great birdie. Sometimes it's just a normal shot, just a normal hole. Some people have said, why would you post this? This is just a 210-foot birdie. It's so easy. And I said, because it's not like, here's the most impressive birdie I got today. It's, here's a birdie at my local course, and it's cool. Fact Frenzy says, just joined in, door dashing while listening. Thanks for jumping in while you're door dashing. Way to make it work. Heck yeah. Trev says, thanks, Alex. Felt great first win in pro. So MPO win. Heck yeah. That's how it's done. Abhishek said, I want to watch Indian shorts, but my phone's showing only English live stream. Why? Because disc golf is better than cricket. Can I say that? I'm sorry. Did you try pressing the button that says not English? I don't know. I can't fix your tech problems. Nicole says, Innova Destroyer I love as a distance driver and enjoy a mid-range for variability. Good on you. I don't throw the Destroyer much, especially I have a Calvin Destroyer. That thing does not make the bag. It's so overstable. But I've seen, Star Destroyers, what's the Blizzard plastic destroyers that are lightweight. I've seen some of those go pretty far. T. Austin, I feel like the backhand is more accurate for me. Angle control for forehands is more tricky. Yeah, I feel like forehands, it's easy to do like a chop anhyzer, but then like a flat or a flip up is just so difficult. And for backhand, I'm good with a hyzer, flip up shot, or flat. And then the anhyzer, what's the line? Flex shot. I don't know why I couldn't think of flex shot. Is that a little like next step of accuracy and line hit? That's a little bit tougher. Fact Frenzy said, also got the new disc. Love how it flies. Heck yeah. Let's see. Fact, which one did you win? Did you win the diamond or the or you didn't win the sapphire? Did you win the diamond or the other one? I can't remember what you won. Abhishek, only English live stream showing for me. Cannot understand English. I'm going to delete YouTube. Goodbye. Typed out in English, by the way. Nicole. Okay, yeah, definitely. T. Austin, fell on forehands feel so good though when they work. Sure they do. I wouldn't know. Alexander says, thank you for all your advice. I hope that some of it turns out to be helpful. Sometimes what works for me might work for other people, and sometimes it just doesn't. And I understand. Eric says Coke, and Devin says bless you, which I think is a Southern way of not agreeing with not agreeing. Nicole says, "Aw, thanks." Neves says, "You have cool eyes." Thank you. They're blue. Nicole says, "You're just like me when it comes to throwing." Yep. Backhand all the way. Nicole said, "Broke my arm and displaced my shoulder a few years ago, so I'm trying to get back to where I used to be." That is really tough. I had tendonitis in my wrist and had to take 6 weeks off. Not that big of a deal, but it was so annoying. I cannot imagine breaking something. Man, I just can't. That's tough. That's really tough. Neva says, it's because it's 4:30 a.m. in India and no one's going to stream this early here. So thank you for solving the live stream tech problems for our friend who, Abhishek, who doesn't know why we're only getting English live streams at 4:30 a.m. when it's 7 p.m. here. Makes sense. Thank you for helping us out with that. Neva says, why do you have so many plates behind you? Wait, are those plates or frisbee discs? Good, you caught it. So these are not plates. These are discs. These are disc golf discs. I'll grab the orc again. So they each have a different name and a different flight path for them. So when I throw this one, this orc, it'll go straight for a while and it's going to go left at the end. But if I throw this guy right here, which is a lightweight factory second detour impulse, oh, I thought it was a detour, I'm going to throw it and it's going to go to the right because it's just going to flip right over. So they're designed to fly differently. I have more than you need, to be clear, but they're all different. So if I need something that has this flight path, then I'm going to go find it and I'm going to pick it out of the bag to throw it. Or I'll give it to somebody who I think can benefit from how it will fly for them. So if somebody has a lower arm speed and can't quite throw as far, I might give them this impulse to help them get that extra bit of distance because it's very flippy. But yeah, not a plate collection, although I have used discs as coasters, but not any of these. There's one of these crappy ones down here somewhere. Eventually I gotta like reach and get one from right behind me without looking, see what we got. Fact Frenzy got the instinct. That's right, the instinct. Nicole says, have you ever turned around and thrown without looking at the basket? I bet that would be trippy. I have tried ace running blindfolded a few times. I have not gotten the ace. I did get one blindfolded birdie, but that's the best I've done, and it is trippy. I've not thrown, well, I've thrown a couple times behind my back. I haven't made any throw-ins or anything. But yeah, when you can't see, it affects you a lot, like a lot. Jimmy says, what's the nicest course you've played? Nicest course, that's a great question. Nicest course. Nicest course is potentially the CCR, what is it? Renegades Trail in Birchfield Park in Michigan. Probably one of the nicest courses that I played. Well taken care of. It was right before an event. Winthrop University is a well cared for, nice course as well. Maple Hill is one of the best that I've played. It's a little bit rough around the edges, so it, quote unquote nice, maybe not number one, but as far as quality, it's really high up there. Jim, this question feels like a trap. I don't know why. It says, did you know Henry Ford wrote a book? Probably. Neva says, I got fired today. Really sorry to hear that. That really sucks. That really sucks. I hope you're able to find another job soon, or that maybe it was you'll find a better job, and that it might end up being a blessing. I can't speak to that, but I hope you're able to move up in the world. Brock says, good grief, someone loves frisbee golf. LOL. Yeah, I play a lot of disc golf. I play competitively in tournaments quite a bit, and I'm not at the professional level, but I have turned down cash in the professional division to keep my amateur status. So while I'm not pro tour incredible, I'm at the line between amateur and professional, which is, pretty good, pretty good. Neva said, work in a bank and an old woman wanted to check her balance and I pushed her. Don't do that. I mean, don't push old women. Is that controversial? Don't push old ladies. Didn't know there were different types of frisbee discs. Yeah, they're very different. Very, very different. The frisbee itself, as I showed earlier, it's pretty much a standard. There are different frisbees, but they're pretty much a standard design. They're a whammo frisbee that's going to fly, the same. But discs, all designed to fly differently. And some of them are designed to hit the ground and intentionally skip. Some of them are designed to hit the ground and just slide a little bit and stop. Neva said that was a joke. I don't work at a bank. That's good. That's good. Nicole said, my doctor told me to utilize my shoulder, so actually disc golf was a way to loosen it up. Okay, that's really good. I'm glad. I know that it's a low impact sport, and that's really cool for two reasons. Because A, you don't have to be a super athlete to be decent and be able to have a good time and score well, and B, you can play a lot longer in life. You can play until you're 70, 80. I've met someone over 80 who played disc golf, and he was doing just fine. Curtis is doing just fine down in Florida. He's loving life. Nicole, you probably got the bag and the little rolling cart and a whole ensemble. So I do have a bag. I don't have a cart. So this is my Latitude 64 bag, and I do have myself 17. Gosh, I can't even hold it open. But I've got 17 discs here that I have on the course with me while I'm playing. Can you see that? Yeah, you can basically see that. And so most of these, like my Echoes, these are the staple discs in my bag. These are always in the bag. And I have a couple of spots that I don't bag all the time, but I wanted to get more shots with it, like this DD1 that I got in my Discmania, which I just love the plastic so much. I really want to play with it and get good with it. So I want to try it out. Ugh. Then I've got my putters up top for making it into the basket. So there we go. Very, very brief in the bag. I probably should get a card at some point, but if I win more amateur tournaments in the next few months and get some merchandise credit built up, I might be able to ask the guy who runs a lot of the Chain Reactions local tournaments, Nolan, in Charlotte. I might be able to ask him to get a cart for me, wholesale, and then use my merch credit for it. I would love to do that, if possible. Neva said, which orange came first, the color or the fruits? Well, the color came with the fruit, so same time. Just wasn't called orange for a while. Neva said, there's a lot of discs in there. Yep. I carry about 22 discs on the course, 17 on the bottom, and then 4 or 5 putters on top. Oh no, Garrett Meter, I need a moment of silence for my watermelon axiom pitch that I lost today. Broken heart. Sorry. That's a real bummer. I hope that somebody finds it and texts you and gets it back to you. Did you have your name on it? Name and number? Nicole says, impressive. Yeah, try to stack the right discs in the bag. Neva, how many discs do you have in total? I've counted over 250, so about 300 discs in total. But I'm not. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'll be honest. I would say most of them were given to me. I did not just buy all of these. I did not have that type of money. A lot of them were players pack discs that I got from a tournament. A lot of them I won from being the closest to a basket, or for winning an unsanctioned tournament. I won a few discs a couple times here and there. For winning a putting competition, I won some discs. I got some mystery boxes given to me so that I could do an opening video on my channel. So a lot of my discs have been given to me. Um, and then I've used merchandise credit for buying some of them. So I paid for it because I paid to play in the tournament. But then playing well, I got the ability to get the discs for no extra money. Also, some of it I get for giveaways, which coming up on 5,000 subs, which I think I missed that comment. I saw Luke said something about 4,000 heading to 5,000 subs, I think. Here is a Garrett Gurthie signed Emperor that will be given away along with a few other discs when we hit 5,000 subs. And we are headed in the right direction. We are getting very close. So this Emperor, probably by this time next week, I'll be announcing or alluding to an upcoming giveaway with a few of these discs. I'm excited to give away some sweet discs. Nicole says, I've got a few Echoes. The Echo, top two mid-range for me. The Echo and the Soul. But yeah, I love me a good Echo. The Cosmic Neutron Plastic, so good. Nicole said, yeah, it really helps out a lot. Well, my friend, I have to hit the dusty trail, but I hope to see you soon. Take care. Have a good evening. Thanks for jumping on. Thanks for joining us. Great time chatting, answering, asking questions. So yeah, same time next week for the live stream if you want to join. Otherwise, pumping out 2 shorts every day and a longer video every Friday or Saturday if it's a doozy. But yeah, thanks for hopping in and catch you next time. AVB says, what's good, everyone? Hope the weekend was great. Just had the oddest round I ever shot. How do we shoot this weekend? Great question. Neva said, is Frisbee an actual sport there in America? We have the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It is not just in the United States. Actually, disc golf is more popular in Europe. But in the United States, we do have a professional tour where players will play across the United States, starting more on the West Coast toward California and then moving across toward the Midwest, playing in North Carolina near where I am in Charlotte, finishing on some tough courses here. And we'll have several European players like Kristen Tatar, now Lat, who's the one of the 2 or 3 most famous people in Estonia, maybe the most famous. We have Nicolas Antila, who I believe is from Sweden, and many others who Sarah Silver. Okay, I'm gonna mess names up because I'm not European, but we have a lot of European players who will come over to the United States and compete with us. But yeah, it's a growing sport and it's fairly big. But there are several European countries where disc golf is huge, just absolutely huge, and people will crowd around the course to attend and watch the pros play. So it's pretty big and it's just going to grow more. Nicole says, sounds good. See you soon. See ya. So AVB, I played 3 rounds of the same course this weekend. I played a sanctioned tournament where I underperformed and just kind of I had 7 birdie chances where I hit metal but didn't land the putt. So that was frustrating and ended up not playing my rating, which is annoying. Then the next day I played 2 rounds with a chance to win some cash in an unsanctioned tournament. And I had myself 7 holes into round 2. I jumped up into 3rd place, which would have been for $80. But I had a just ridiculously unfortunate tree kick that barely went out of bounds and took a bogey on a very easy hole and kind of lost my momentum. And I just kept having good shots that didn't result in birdies. So I ended up just dropping, and took like 6th or something, which did not give me any money. So mildly disappointing weekend of disc golf for me. But I'm working toward the Queen City Gambit next week. And I'll be honest, the courses are harder, but I think that I will be able to compete more competitively on a more difficult course because I think I can get more pars and keep my score solid versus a course like Wingit, which is kind of like an easier course, but if you're a little off, then you score crap. Whereas like Nevin is a really difficult course, but if you're playing safe, you can play fine. That's my hope, at least. Nivas, we don't really have that much open spaces to play Frisbee here in India. Yeah, as far as I understand, cricket is very huge in India. And I think Ellis said that you guys only have one full disc golf course in all of India. I didn't fact check that, but Ellis is our resident researcher when it comes to disc golf in different countries. So I believe that that's true, that you guys just have one like full on course. So that makes it hard for it to be a growing sport when you don't have space and you don't have the courses. So it's understandable. Um, yeah, U.S. has a lot of space, a lot of space. And Eva says, "Hope you finish at a better spot next weekend." Thank you. I would really like to. That would be a huge blessing. That would be very happy to do. So appreciate it. Appreciate the well wishes. My practice rounds went pretty well, so I'm, hoping to compete near that level that I had in my practice rounds, and I would be happy with that. AVB says managed to get 10 birdies today, which is while also having a quad bogey on an elevated basket and crazy wind. Oh, that's so painful. That is so painful, and I understand. Then a couple other bogeys, -4 on the day, but that quad was brutal. Yeah, my first round my first round on Friday, I started with circle one putts for the first 5 holes, and I hit chain out right, chain out left, and cage on the first 3. So I was only 2 down through 5 and felt like I should have been 5 down or at least 4 down. So I was like scoring slowly, and then I got to hole 13, which is an uphill tunnel shot with thick woods on both sides. Hit a tree ricochet, try to get up to the basket, hit a tree ricochet really far to the other direction, took a triple bogey. So I not only didn't get the birdies that I wanted, thought I deserved, should have gotten, and then I took a triple bogey where if I had just thrown 10 feet left, I would have taken a par or birdie. It was a brutal day. I feel you. Taking that quad bogey is so brutal when your score is good or decent and it just wipes out 4 or 5 good holes with one, set of mistakes on one basket. That's tough. Let's see. Neva said, didn't even know we had one course. Yep. Neva's plays cricket, volleyball, badminton, and carom. Carom. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but that's interesting. AVB is asking the same question. What is carom? Carom? I don't know. I've played volleyball and badminton. I like volleyball quite a bit. It's very fun. Badminton is fun. I'm fine at it. Definitely not like a top sport for me, but I played in my backyard with my family a lot growing up. So good memories, and it's enjoyable. It's very fun. I kept getting the I think it's called a birdie. It kept getting stuck because we had cheap rackets, so we'd hit too hard and it would like punch through, and we'd have to pull the rackets apart, get the birdie out, and then keep playing. It happens a lot. Dakota said, had league again today and was in my head the whole time. It was so windy. I struggle a lot in the wind. Part of it's putting because I have a lofted push putt. When it gets pretty windy, it can be pretty tough to control and predict my putt. The wind will get a little bit under it, and I'll just keep going over the top, and that makes a tough putt back. I don't mind tailwinds for the putt, but even throwing though, I throw a lot of like hyzered shots that are understable, and I kind of rely on that flip up to flat to just drift a little bit. And when it's windy, it's like flips over like crazy. And so I'm a little weaker with throwing overstable stuff that handles the wind better. So wind is not my favorite. Not my favorite. Neva says, Carom is an indoor game. I don't know how to explain it. You can Google it. Dakota says, do you try to spin putt more when it's windy? So I actually switched a lot to my straddle putt style when it's windy. My push putt is kind of down toward my right knee and then popped forward. So I'll switch to the straddle, which is still a push, but it's a more spinny push, more of a push putt, I guess. So that helps because it is a flatter putt and it doesn't pop up and drop as much as like go forward. So that's one tool that I use when it's windier to kind of shift to that. But if I need to, then I will pull out the spin putt. But it's something that I practice, but it's nowhere near as controlled and accurate as my normal putting style. So it's not something that I try to rely on very often, but if I need it, I can use it. So, yeah. Sometimes it helps. Neva said, I always wanted to play ice skating. I love the Winter Olympics, but it never snows in my city. Never had a chance to skate. That's too bad. I know sometimes you can get the indoor ice rinks, of course, but yeah, that's a bummer. I didn't like the cold. I grew up in northern state, Michigan, and 4 months of snow on the ground every year, basically. So if I wanted to go ice skating on lakes, I could have. But my ice skating, I only went to like an indoor rink. But I just don't like the cold enough to want to live somewhere where lakes can freeze. But yeah, skating, it's a very cool, like both speed skating and whatever, not, I know it's not freestyle, but whatever competitive skating routines that they do, it's some crazy talent. Skates are heavy, and people are putting them above their heads and spinning around in circles, not in circles, but spinning in place like, over and over again, and doing their jumps and stuff. They used to People used to do backflips on skates until they made them illegal in competition because the risk of injury is so high. But that was wild. Watching people do a backflip on skates on ice, mind blowing. Dude says I like to see the Dr. Pepper representation. Let me check. We've got okay. I am impressed with how much balance there is in the poll. I thought we would actually go Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper and then root beer, and then Sprite would be like 5%. So we're splitting pretty good. 24 for Mountain Dew, 29 for Dr. Pepper, 27 for Sprite, and 21 for root beer. So within 8 points across the poll. That's pretty close. Polling will close in 2 hours. Figure skating, Justin, thank you for, I don't know why, I'm just like unable to get past freestyle skating. Figure skating, yes, where they do their skating routine, usually to a song, sometimes as a couple or a single. My grandma really liked figure skating, so I've seen more competitive figure skating than I ever would have if I were flipping through the channels by myself. But whenever you kind of like watch a sport that you're not necessarily interested in, you actually learn about it, it's kind of like it becomes interesting. Maybe you don't enjoy watching it, but it becomes like intellectually interesting. So figure skating is kind of that way. NASCAR is that way as well. My grandma was a huge NASCAR fan, so I know a number of NASCAR drivers, but I don't ever watch a race. It's just boring. It's just boring. I went to one in person and it was just so loud. I just did not have fun. I didn't enjoy it. So, it's sometimes you don't have to enjoy something to be interested and fascinated by it. And I think that could be cool. AVB says y'all need to try Coke and orange soda mix. I think in Germany it's called a Spritzer. Best soda out there. Coke and orange soda. Huh. That's cool. Maybe give it a try. Dude, also, T-minus 1 day till late Gyropalooza box comes in. Just want a trail. I almost picked up another trail yesterday. I think if I had won some money, I might have grabbed it on my way out, but I won nothing. Yeah, trail is good. I hope you get one. Hope you get a cool, surprise disc that you weren't expecting that, is a high quality or a cool stamp. Yeah, the Gyropalooza box was fun. Neva said, Carom is similar to pool, but the Carom board is a small square with holes on all 4 corners. You have 8 black pucks and 8 white pucks and a red. The pucks are arranged in the center. Is it all open, or are there any like pegs sticking out blocking you? I've played a variation, I guess, on pool where there's like obstacles, but is it all just flat and open? It sounds interesting. Sounds fun. Maida says, is that Brazil, I'm guessing? I think that was the Brazil flag. Neva, center of the board, and you were given a striker to hit the pucks and pot them into the hole. Yeah, sounds like an interesting variation on pool, just like you said. and it sounds like it's open across the board. Jeremy24 says, cheers from Canada. Thanks for hopping in from Canada, joining the stream. Not really relevant to Canada, but I grew up in Michigan, close to Canada-ish. I mean, some of Michigan is more north than some of Canada, so basically your neighbor. Dude said, did you try earplugs at the race? They really help with the noise if you're not used to it. Yeah, I did throw on some earplugs. The noise, it was unbelievable. I think here's my theory. You can only really love NASCAR if you're just an absolute diehard car fan, or if you drink enough to enjoy it. I was like 15, and I wasn't about to try drinking enough to enjoy it, and I didn't care about cars at all. So just so not for me. I don't know how my grandma really got into it. That's something that fascinates me because she doesn't really care about cars too much. Okay, so I have to take that back. She wasn't into cars in the conventional sense of like taking care of a car, but she did like classic cars, and my grandpa owned several classic and antique cars along with her, and they did go to car shows. So I'll take that back. She did really like old cars. I don't know how exactly that translated to NASCAR, but whatever. Neva said that it's flat and open, arranged like a circle. Oh, okay, gotcha. Dude just says I've seen people on YouTube play it. They're crazy accurate. Yeah, that sounds fun. I would give that a try. It sounds like a really fun, party game to play with friends. Neva says the hardest part is to aim with your fingers to strike the pucks. Yeah, interesting. So you don't use a stick. You just like flick the pucks around. That sounds tough. Sounds pretty tough. All right, we haven't even made an hour in. I'm already getting water. Not good. So I just started Ted Lasso. I know I'm like 2 years late, but I haven't been willing to pay for Apple TV because I don't know, I'm cheap. But I got like on my Xbox, I got 3 months free as some advertisement or whatever. So I was like, yes, I'm watching Ted Lasso and I'm watching Severance, which I don't even know if it's any good, but I'm going to watch it, or at least try it, I should say. And Ted Lasso is really good. It's really good. Especially because I grew up playing a lot of soccer, but I grew up as an American. So I love Ted Lasso being the American coach of a football or soccer team, across the seas, and dealing with the different culture as someone who played 15 years of soccer, of football. I just really enjoy it. I like it. Cami says, hello, how are you? Greetings from Uruguay. From Uruguay. Wow. Thanks for joining the stream and hanging out with us. We're doing well. Having a good time, chatting, chilling together. It's been great. Indy cars are way better than NASCAR. Trust me. The Indies are more streamlined, right? They're more of a narrow body than the NASCAR stock cars. I know enough to be like mildly dangerous, but I don't actually know a lot. Neva says, Dude, yeah, it's funny. We play in our office during breaks. Okay, that's cool. That kind of be like ping pong in the U.S. is kind of like a break room thing, or college. What's in the dorms, like in the, I don't know, common areas. The common areas is what I was trying to say. And Neva says, yes, you do flick the pucks. Garrett said, the stream just restarted for me for some reason, but I've been watching Ted Lasso a bunch recently. Yeah, I may or may not have watched the first 5 episodes in a row and gotten my dinner late and started the stream 1 minute late because I didn't eat fast enough. Really, really enjoying the show. Neva said, did you know America has a cricket team? I think I did know that. That's pretty cool. While I don't personally have any interest in cricket, I think it's cool that it's a widespread sport that has some, participation, competitive participation in the US. I think that's really cool. But to be fair to cricket, I don't care about baseball either, which I know they're quite different, but is probably the most comparable American sport. Neither of them interest me. So that's just me. That's just me. I'm not really a big like sports watcher. I don't care about American football. I don't care about the NBA, basketball. I just don't have any interest at all in the teams playing. Like March Madness, I've watched 1 minute of March Madness so far, and I don't even know if it's technically started. So I haven't watched March Madness because it hasn't started, right? Right? It hasn't started, right? I don't know. But I watched disc golf because I really like disc golf. I follow the pros. Um, I play, I compete, and I've competed with a couple of pros, notably Paul Ulibarri on the same card with him. So all in on disc golf, but everything else, even when I played soccer for 15 years, I probably watched 2 World Cup games, maybe 3. C. Mills says, bumbling gaggle of bellends. And you're one of us. Thanks for joining. AVB, have you been following Waco? Anything that's shocking? You expected general opinions. Ooh, that's a good way to ask it without giving spoilers, so well done. I watched the first round of Waco. I really enjoyed watching Ezra play. And hole 17 for Ezra, that was huge. I liked seeing Calvin from some shots, and he's so good. He's so good. Unbelievable. I would say Calvin's my favorite, and then Isaac and Ezra are a close second. And then I heard a few things about Adam Hams's round, but I don't know anything. And I like I closed Facebook and Instagram, and I haven't touched them. So I'm not like caught up or anything, but I'm very excited to watch rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Very excited. Very excited. I would, without knowing anything, I would love Calvin or Ezra to win. I did not think that Gannon was. Well, I don't want to give spoilers, but yeah. Great question. Neves, fun fact: 10 out of 11 players in the USA cricket team are Indians. Yeah, not surprising, not surprising, but that is very interesting. It makes sense. I'm interested in the one guy who doesn't share the cultural interest in cricket as an Indian, but is on the cricket team. Like, I want to hear his story. He sounds interesting. Interesting guy. Oh, Neva says also love the BMX and the dirt bike race. Now I do have a higher appreciation of BMX as a racing sport. Now I don't think it's better, but I think that the jumps make it more interesting, in my opinion. I also played a couple of ATV BMX video games growing up, so I kind of developed that interest. Learned about a couple of the tricks that you can do. Same with some skateboarding video games. They were a lot of fun. Didn't mean that I could do any of them. I was a terrible skateboarder when I tried, but very interesting. Very interesting. Empire says, this is pretty awesome. What other pros have you gotten to play with? So as far as on the same card, Paul Ulibarri is the biggest name pro that I've played on a card with. I've competed in the same field as Garrett Gurthie. I played the same layout as a couple of professionals, Randon Latta, Clay Edwards. What was his name? Yalmer is a Swedish guy. So high level pro players, but not top 20 pro players. But I wasn't in their division, so I wasn't competing, against them. But I competed in MA1 while they played 2 hours later in MPO. And I actually matched up pretty well. I think I would have cashed in MPO if I had just taken my score and dropped it into MPO. And they played in slightly better conditions, so I was pretty happy about that. Let's see, what other professional players have I played with? No others on the same card, so I'm still hunting for another pro to be in competition with and be carded up with. I just caddied for my brother a couple weeks ago, who competed against Michael Johansson, who ended up winning a local 3-round course in one day on a short, easier course, and he went through 3 rounds. He went like 40 down, something like that, and so that was pretty cool. He was dominating, so that was nice. I congratulated him as he was coming down the stretch, and he was like 6 strokes ahead, and they were not bogeyable holes, so he was pretty much 100% guaranteed to win. Dujet says, Hamas really surprised me. So while I don't know exactly what happened or what's been happening, I did expect Hamas to go off because he did a couple years ago. And they referenced his ace in round 1. And so I watched Hamas play Waco a couple years ago, and I figured that he would be a contender rounds 2 and 3. So again, I don't know, but yeah. Neva says, what is Waco? So Waco is both a location in Texas, a city, but it's also a Waco Annual Charity Open tournament, disc golf tournament, that's on the Pro Tour. So the Pro Tour has a big tournament almost every weekend of the summer and some of the spring and some of the fall. So the Pro Tour kicked off 2 weeks ago with the Supreme Flight Open in Florida, and they're already over in Texas for Waco. So yeah, and most of us are either watching live or watching coverage, post coverage on Jomez a day after the rounds are played. So I like to watch the post coverage. So the winner is probably known now, but I don't love the spoilers. I want to watch it tomorrow, so I'll watch post coverage tomorrow and see what happens. But yeah, that's the Waco tournament this weekend, and yeah, dude just explained it faster. It's the most recent Pro Tour disc golf tournament right now. Neva said, always loved MotoGP and F1. Nice. ABB says, never want to spoil the good stuff. Ezra's most shocking. It's nice to see Calvin at his prime, putting well. Hamas is one of my guys. So glad to see him crushing. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I wish I could have seen Calvin's first round. Oh man. Pickle says, super handsome. I know. No, I'm just kidding. It's the shirt. Neva says, what is your name, buddy? Are you talking to Pickles or me? My name's Brad, if you didn't know, which is not readily available, so good question. And that Pickles profile is funny. I can't expand it right here, so I'll have to look later. Question says, you collect dinner plates, mate. Good question. These are disc golf discs, so not dinner plates, although I have used them as coasters. But these are plastic frisbee type, discs, but they're designed to fly further and faster than frisbees. So instead of an ultimate frisbee disc, which is bigger, chunkier, the disc golf discs are sleeker and designed to fly far. This one in particular is what's called overstable. So when I throw it forward, it's going to go left kind of fast. But when I throw something a little more flippy, a little more understable, this will go straight and it'll drift a little bit to the right. So they're designed to fly differently depending on if I want to throw at the basket from the right side or from the left side or hit a gap straight at some trees. I might pick a different disc for that. I am technically still an amateur player now, but I'm playing at the highest competitive level for amateurs, and I've played in a couple of professional level tournaments and had some success, but I've turned down cash prizes to keep my amateur status through the summer and hopefully play in a couple of amateur majors. So, where's here? Not plates, but if you wanted to eat off one, you could. Luke says, how do you get plates if the live stream says discs? That's a good question. They look like plates, and if you don't know what discs are, then it looks like it. Dude, the second stream in a row where that's been asked. Yep. Neva says, where can I watch these disc golf tournaments? So if you look up Jomez Pro, Jomez, Jomez Pro, you'll find tons of disc golf tournaments. And if you just search for disc golf, you'll find some, but I think they have the best coverage of these tournaments. So they're on YouTube. You'll be able to watch them for free. And yeah, I recommend 2021 Worlds. 2021 Worlds Disc Golf Tournament. You can stream them online for like $11 a month, or you can watch them in person. So yeah, you can watch DGN with a paid subscription, but you can get 90% of the tournaments for free on YouTube, but they'll be available the next day. Neva says $11 is a little expensive. My Netflix subscription is $2 US. Yeah, that's fair. But yes, you don't have to. You don't have to pay to watch disc golf. You just can if you want to watch live. And some people will only watch live. I don't mind watching post coverage, where instead of a 3 hour, 4 hour live stream, I'm watching, 45 minute, well, I guess it's like an hour and a half, but an hour and a half full round, two 45-minute nines. I like it. Do-do-do. Question says, ooh, I get you. Do frisbees come back to you, or is it just boomerangs? Total noob. That would just be boomerangs, although if you throw them at the right angle up into the air, you can throw them so that they fly up, stall out, and fly back to you as a trick shot. That's not really a useful thing for competing in disc golf. That's not a style of throw that people will really use, but it's possible. You can make that happen. But yeah, it's boomerangs that'll fly and swing around and come back to you. Yep, Jomez. Yep, you spelled it right. Question says, sorry, stupid question. Question, you're not stupid. Don't ever call yourself that. Dude, it says that would kind of defeat the purpose of the disc golf holes. Yeah, you want it to get away from you toward a target. But never be ashamed of asking legitimate questions. You're totally fine. AVB says, Nevis, Go Throw Disc Golf is great too. They have what's called OTB skins. More laid back, but still incredible. Great shout out. I love watching Calvin and Calvin Heimberg and Kevin Jones play in those skins matches because they are so funny. So funny. But you also get like really good highlights because people are more willing to risk a shot because their score doesn't matter. It's just a skins match. So great shout out. OTB skins, really good stuff. Dude says, I'm actually down for soup today, Doc. And Doc says, what kind? Where did Doc even come from? Oh, there he is. He says, hello, my fellow soupies. I missed that part. Luke and Deborah and Justin are all saying no soup. Oh, man. I will make soup later this week, but it's not soup time yet. Neva says, thanks, AVB. Dude, embrace the soup, guys, especially veggie. Depends on the veggies, but yeah, if you're getting a good soup with some veggies in it, but it's still got a little bit of sodium, so it actually tastes good, that's the way to do it. Or you can be like me, and you can grab a massive slab of the Velveeta cheese and melt it into your soup with beef and onion and carrot and celery and potatoes, and just love your life. Doc says, Luke, if we don't bring up soup, can we all call ourselves soupies without an explanation ever given? It's a great question. Garrett says, if a subscriber reached out to you to play a round, would you? So I would lean toward yes if it were close by. So that's my main thing is I can't just, pick up and travel. But if you're around Charlotte, I'd love to get around it. I've had a couple of people, basically say, hey, when you're in New York, let's get around it. And I'm like, absolutely. If I ever get to New York, I am down. But I don't have any plans to, travel out of state really anytime soon. But if you're in the Charlotte area, you just leave a couple of comments, get my attention, and we'll try to get around it together. I haven't played a round with a subscriber, but I played in the same tournament as one. Steven. He checked in about a Wing It tournament, and we planned on it, met up for a little bit of field work ahead of the tournament, but we had different cards, played in different divisions. So that was fun. But yeah, that's the closest that I've come to playing a round with a subscriber, with the exclusion of people that I know outside of YouTube, like Luke, Devin, and Justin. So I've played rounds with Luke and Devin. AVB, Luke is also, in my opinion, the best host out there. Love German Paul's dynamic, but Luke is so personable with the players. Yeah, there's definitely a certain charm to watching the casual, interpersonal nature of the skins matches, definitely. And yeah, Luke does a good job of it. He has a lot of fun. Hogan is great. And yeah, I love me some good skins matches. Yeah, German Paul are pretty funny. They can get going a little bit and usually decent commentary. But yeah, there's a lot to the skins matches. Neva says I love sweet corn chicken soup. Sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Empire started off watching OTB skins before watching Jomez. It's actually where I found out it was a thing. Love seeing the more casual side of players. There's some players are the exact same, like Simon, basically the exact same because he's a little goofier, loose in tournaments. Calvin is almost night and day. He never says anything in a tournament. And in skins, all he does is razz everybody and make fun of everybody. And then he'll say like dumb things to brag. And then he'll either fail miserably and laugh about it or absolutely follow it up and hit the 80-foot putt and take the money. And it's such a satisfying thing to watch because he knows he's running his mouth, and whether he succeeds or fails, it doesn't really matter because it's funny. But when he does succeed, it's even better because he called it. So it's so much fun. Kevin Jones is just all over the place doing backflips and jump putting over giant puddles and off of walls and just stuff like that. It's great. Doc said agreed. AVB love Luke and Humphrey. JM says those disc plates you throw in the metal deer feeders. That is one way to refer to disc golf. Yes. I've never seen a deer eating out of a disc golf basket, but it could be done. And Justin, maybe we should write that down. Putting food in a disc golf basket would help with hunting. So yeah, maybe we should make that happen. Sounds like easy target practice. But yes, these are disc golf discs. So I've got myself a lot of them. Play competitively, not on the pro tour, but I'm on that line between amateur and professional where I've played and cashed in some professional tournaments, but I've turned down the actual cash to maintain my amateur status throughout the summer so I can play in the amateur majors. So, yep, these are all discs. Doc says, Brad, what if we offer soup before the round? That would help convince me. I would maybe drive an extra mile or two to meet you if you provided soup. So yeah, you extended my travel time by about 3 minutes, 5 minutes in Charlotte. Luke says try fifth or sixth. Fifth or sixth. What am I missing? Fifth or sixth what? I don't know. I'm behind on the chat. Ah, you guys are so fast. Dude, just a second where I came from, where I come in, from when I came in, which is actually kind of impressive. I got it now. My comments are a little messed up. Second plate mentioned tonight, and Luke says try fifth or sixth. Yeah, it's happening. Yep, we're talking about plates, but they're really discs. Maybe I need to have one, like, which I'll show this off again. Thanks to Brent, my buddy. He gave me this Rocket League stamped Force, which as soon as he got it in his Ledgestone Gyropalooza box. I was like, oh, I want that. And he just gave it to me. Maybe I need to, like, display this somehow. I don't know. I get it when you just see the edge that they look like, like they don't look like a disc because you're not looking at it to average people who don't play. Yep, a lot of plates. Let's see. Neva said, bye y'all, it's 5:15 a.m. Have to show up to work in about 3 hours. You guys have a great night. Neva's, who's sad that you lost your job. Glad you didn't. Glad you didn't push an old lady. Thanks for joining us. Had a great time chatting with you. Thanks for sharing in our interest in disc golf tonight. And yeah, keep enjoying cricket, volleyball, badminton, and puck flicking. I forgot what that was called. Dang it. Anyway, thanks for joining us, man. Hopefully catch you next time. Actually, hopefully you're sleeping next time. That's middle of the night, man. Get some sleep. Okay, let me back up. AVB says, Brad, you watching the FPO? Pretty competitive right now at Waco. So I watched some of round 1 live, and then I saw how things ended. So I was watching, what is her name? I was watching Kristen Latt playing pretty well. She was hitting great putts round 1, just crazy. But who was that? Doggone it. Names just left me. But I'll watch some of Evelina's highlights, some of Ella Hansen's highlights. Jessica Weiss. I can't believe I forgot Jessica Weiss because I've met her in person several times because Garrett and Jessica were in Gainesville a lot in the off season, and I lived there, and I saw them at leagues and local tournaments all the time. So I can't believe I know Jessica, and I forgot her name. Jessica Weiss was playing really well. So I don't know anything about rounds 2 or 3, but yeah, I was watching some of round 1, and there were some good scores. I was impressed. Doc says, anyone else in chat getting in trouble with Whatnot? I just grabbed 2 more discs. Gotta stop. I've avoided Whatnot so far. Yeah, so I'm keeping my money to myself when I can and spending it on tournaments. Yeah, that's interesting. JM says, I miss Billy, Crump, and Cubby. I don't know who those are. Dude, I would, but I know I would empty my net worth in 2 days. Yeah. Doc says, Joma's lost something when DGPT bought them out, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't noticed. It's possible. What do you guys think? Did Jomas lose something when the DGPT bought them out? It's, to me, seemed like business as usual, but I don't know. Doc says, Duja, I'm starting to think that we're related. Calvin is hilarious in skins matches. Hands down, he's the most clever with his quips and his comments, and yet has the talent to back it up. So he's just so much fun in skins matches because you want to see some highlights and you want to hear some funny comments, and he's got both. Doc says, maybe you come to Charlotte and we do doubles versus Brad. Heck yes, please. That sounds like fun. JM says, McFly So High and Chain High Disc Golf were good. I'm guessing those were older YouTube channels. I didn't have any experience with them. Dude just says, I wish totally would get destroyed though. Dude just says, maybe not you, but me for sure. It'd be fun. It would be fun. I'd have a great time. I mean, I had Luke and Devin when Luke was a newer player playing on a doubles team versus me, and things ended up really close. We went to playoff. Justin said, I was just thinking that, except baiting isn't allowed in Michigan. Yeah, that's true. I know that, but maybe in Florida we can like travel out of state where it's legal. All right, let me catch up a little bit. Doc says, Duja, I was gonna lean on you like lean cruisy. Lean cruisy. It would be fun, guys. We'd have a blast. We could even like pick the course based on it to either play like a really easy course, so you guys are both very likely to birdie as a doubles team, and then I'm like forced to perform at a high level birdieing everything, or we could do like, I don't know, you just pick my disc for me every other hole. I don't know. AVB says, rolling up on the round to back up Brad, he needs a forehand guy. Ooh, there we go. That's a strong team right there. Backhand forehand combo. My brother and I are a strong team because we're both backhand, basically backhand only, but he's left-hand backhand and I'm right-hand backhand. So we have all the shot shapes and we both can throw turnover shots. So any hole where it's like it's shifted toward me, my brother can still hit the line. And anything that's like a lefty hole, I can still do the turnover. So we're a good team. And we both putt pretty well. Doc says, Brad, you love you keeping up with chat, but when channel grows, maybe you just answer or read ones people do, like Brad, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's a good point, and it's something that I've been thinking about with channel growth. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly where that'll head to, but it is something that I've been considering. And definitely I'll skip over stuff where people are talking to each other back and forth, or that I'm missing the context for it. I'll just jump on by it and try to focus on answering questions. Maybe we'll get to the point where, you know, I'll be talking more to people who like leave a super chat or something. I mean, that's the dream. But of course, I want to answer big questions and keep the chat rolling. JM says, he said, Rocket League stamp. You play Rocket League? I do play Rocket League. I'm not incredible at Rocket League, but my claim to fame is that I have won a couple of matches in Rumble Grand Champion. Just a couple. But I'm right in the middle of Champion 2 in Rumble. And then edge of like almost a Champion 1 in threes, but I don't play threes very often. I love me some Rumble. But I have fun. Drop shot is very good, helps develop the aerial skill. Yeah, I like Rocket League. My favorite is the spikes mode when they drop it in. I play the heck out of spikes. Doc says, still think it should be Kristen Tatar and Silver Tatar. She's the champ. Yeah, it's a tough one when you get famous on your maiden name and then you get married. Because I think people will always remember Kristen Tatar. It's just going to be remembered. So Kristen Lat, a lot of people will start catching on, but even me, I'm still thinking Kristen Tatar. And AVB says Jessica Weiss, yes. Doc, did you get a cheap copy of Spaceballs, the book? No, I have seen the movie. It's funny satire. But not the book. Breezy says, hello, there's got to be a none option for the poll. If I had had 5 options, I would have put none of the above, but I thought with 4, I couldn't leave out Sprite or root beer. Yeah, but I get it. Not everybody likes them. Just pick whichever one you lean toward if you have to pick one. If somebody offers you one of the 4, which one are you like, okay, I'll drink this? AVB, personally, I think Joe Miss has gotten more professional, I guess. Wouldn't say the charm or anything is gone. Dude just said, yeah, that's good. I think that's good to a point. Good to a point. Doc, sticky notes, so not really vandalism. Oh, wait. I missed something. I always miss something. Ed J says, yo, what's up, brother? Thanks for joining us. We're having a good time. Just hanging out, chatting. Having a good one. Having a good week. Oh, gosh. Doc says, we take sticky notes and change each hole to a soup pun name. Not your worst idea, Doc. Sticky notes are not really vandalism, and we clean up trash while we play to pay for the sticky notes that we leave. AVB says, you and your brother are cheating at that point. We ended up having a really good showing at USDGC doubles last year. I would say it was me playing at my best and my brother playing basically at his best for the first round. And we were tied for first place in USDGC amateur doubles. Like, blew our minds. Never thought we had a prayer of winning. Ended up in 5th place for the event. But there were like 120 teams. And you had to qualify for the event. So we were very happy with that. We thought we played great. Our 3rd round wasn't my best. I was not throwing well. I wasn't contributing. But with that lefty and righty, yeah, there were a lot of shot shapes that we were able to manufacture between the two of us. And then we were both dangerous putting within like 70 feet. One hole, my brother threw a massive flipped turnover shot about 450 feet. And I hit a 70-foot putt to secure us an eagle on a massive open hole that I think only 3 other teams eagled over the whole weekend. So that was huge. To take that eagle as a team was massive. And I almost guarantee you we were the furthest away to like card that eagle. Other teams had just a 500-foot thrower, put it in the circle or edge of circle. But yeah, as a team, yeah, we would be competing again, but he's fully accepting cash and MPO as a professional player. So we're not able to play in the amateur doubles this year. But I did switch to Brent as my teammate for this year. Hopefully we can qualify in the next couple weeks. And Brent is a pretty forehand dominant guy. Not he has the backhand and it's good, but he throws far, smooth forehands. So I tried to replace the lefty backhand with the righty forehand. Doc Think says, yeah, it just seems old Jomas was try more new stuff and have fun, but he gets the more professional though. JM says Rocket League and disc golf are my main hobbies. Got a sub for me. Have a good evening. Thanks for jumping in and thanks for the sub, man. Come back next week, every week at 6:30 p.m. EST. But yeah, Rocket League is a lot of fun. Doc says I don't do anymore because we're worried me so many countries ban it. Yeah, it's not good for you. It's not good for you. But it could taste good. Like Taco Bell. Ed J, root beer every day. My opinion, I said it earlier, my opinion is that Mountain Dew gets my vote because if I'm just gonna grab a can of one of the four, it's gonna be Mountain Dew. But like craft root beers are better. So there are better root beers than the other options for me, in my opinion. But if I'm just getting like a bark root beer, it's like, I'll take the Mountain Dew. Fifth is great. Yeah. We were very happy with it. We won some merch credit. We got to play on lead card second round. Like it wasn't filmed, but it was a very, very fun experience. We played on lead card round 2 with the guys who ended up winning. And honestly, they hit a couple of big putts that kept them ahead of us and had a couple of amazing scramble shots from trouble. So we weren't that far off. We were still competitive going into the third round. We just couldn't quite keep it together. But we were happy. We were happy. Dude just says, side note, who's winning March Madness? I don't know. Duke. I know about 4 basketball teams. Pistons, Duke, Spartans. Yeah. Doc says 70-foot putts. Dude, we might have to bring in some help. We get wigs and hats for Yuli and Germ and get them to play as us. Got to get Yuli from his first round at Waco. Yeah, there you go. And you have a chance. Yep. If you get Yuli playing Angry Beaver, I have beaten him there before, so don't do that. I'll just say that the 70-foot putts are rare, but I do run 70, 80-foot putts in tournaments for the most part because I have a chance of hitting them, and usually when I do miss, stays close. Doc says, team with the most points is my guess. Fair take, says Tujit. Honestly, disc golf is the only sport I watch, says Doc. Yeah, same. I just have no draw toward really almost any sports just for watching. I just don't have interest. I played 15 years of soccer and I barely watched anything. Even when there were some crazy World Cups, I just didn't watch. But I like watching soccer, but I don't care enough to be like, I'm going to watch soccer. But disc golf, yeah, I watch disc golf. I follow disc golf. I would watch volleyball. Olympics are fun. That's about it. Just don't have that much interest. Archery competitions are fun. Edge says, root beer because the dew gives me heartburn. Yep. Can happen. It's a rough one on the body. Dude, it says the best one to watch, but there's some other good ones. Yeah. Doc says, Brad, what's your 70-foot putter? It's a Warden Prime. Warden Prime for everything within 120. Yep, it's a jump putt. And I left it. Too bad. I replaced it. It was my previous gray putter before I switched out. But yeah. Yep. I have it on video. Oh gosh, I don't know if I can think of what it's called, but yeah, I got it on video because we had our whole doubles weekend filmed. So if you want to watch it, we have the USDGC doubles rounds filmed on YouTube. I think they're just on my brother's channel. So left hand LHBH disc golf, left hand backhand disc golf, LHBH. He's got all 3 rounds of our USDGC doubles on it. So I would advise watching round 1. We went nuts. I think we went 16 down through 18 at Westminster. So give that one a watch. Totally worth it. And we hit metal on 2 of the 3 holes that we missed. We went crazy. Doc says, Warden was my putter for a long time. I hear that all the time. People who are like, oh, I used to putt with the Warden, but now I found a different putter. I keep up the Warden. It just keeps working for me. But if I had to, I could switch to the P2. Yeah, I could do it. But it's still the Warden. I just love it. Dude just says, if anyone asks, say your favorite soccer team is FC Cincinnati. It's old, but I mean, 15 years ago, I would have had to say something like Manchester United, maybe 20 years ago now, back when they had Beckham. 10 years ago, I would have said Barcelona, maybe Real Madrid. Now I don't know. I'm not keeping up. Doc says 300% better than the judge. That's just science. Warden for the putt, judge for the throw got me through my first year and a half of disc golf. And I had a couple nice throw-ins with the judge. But I lost my specific judge I had been throwing, and I just never really replaced it. So I actually threw Wardens for a while, which worked out great too. And then actually that reminds me, I was going to put a Warden in the bag. All right, guys, you're going to help me out here. Oh. We're going to pick a Warden for me to throw. So I've got a Warden Classic Hybrid. It's pretty beaten in, but it has a nice feel to it, a nice grip to it, and I think that it flies with a touch more stability. Then I've got an Orange Warden Prime that has hit a couple of trees, but I used to bag it and throw it. The problem with the Prime is that they beat in super fast, so I do have a couple of bumps on it. Then I do have a Warden Classic. And it's blue. That's a big plus. So we've got the blue Warden Classic, also fairly beaten in. Basically the base plastic, but it holds its shape a little bit better. Then we have a Warden Classic Soft. It's pink. My first putter, my original Warden C1 putter, it's a little bit lightweight, and it's a Warden Classic that has lived for a long time. And then we have another Classic Warden, but it has, and I showed you my phone number, of course. But it is, I don't know, it's different somehow. So which one do I bag? We'll go order 1 through 6. So hybrid is 1, orange is 2. I'll drop these. Blue is 3. The pink soft is 4. OG is 5. And the pink but not as soft is 6. So 1 through 6, put them down, and I will put it in the bag and try it out this week. I have been feeling like my Keystone is perfect, but it's flippy. And the Pixel, I just haven't been throwing it well. Just haven't been throwing it well. So I want something that I know I can rely on and just throw dead straight. Maybe a little drift to the left. Hitty Dragon says use the blue. I normally pick blue, so I like it. I'll let you guys keep voting for a second, 1 through 6, and I'll keep up on chat a little bit. Oh, Hit Dragon says, what's your favorite disc? Brave, Echo, Soul. 3 favorite discs. Brave for the driver, Echo for the stable straight mid, Soul for the turnover mid. Dude says I use the PA1, just feels good in the hand. Well, it's interesting because I've seen my brother, he switched to all Prodigy. So I see PA1s, PA3s, PA4s, and PA5s all the time. And I've just never picked one up to give it back to him and been like, ooh, I want to throw this. I don't know. Just me. PA5 was fine though. Threw and putt with it a little bit. Ed J says the James Conrad Nomad has been treating me real good here in Utah. Yeah, that's the place for it. The Nomad is solid. Nomad is solid. Doc says, the last 2 discs I got were PA somethings. I just lost faith in House of Discs and all their changes. No hit on them, just branched out. Dude got his from a seconds box. Doc says, Brad, if this is the only advice you ever take, get a clear Warden putter. They fly better. It's science. I can't make that up. I'll do you one better. I have a white Warden that I'm getting dyed. I'm very excited. Never been a big fan of the soft plastics, Dude. I'll say I lean away from them. Ever tried the inner core from Trash Panda? Twice. I threw it. Very interesting disc. Am I thinking of the right one? Am I thinking of the right one? I know I threw some Trash Panda, but 100% recycled. Oh, I have not thrown the inner core. I have not thrown this one. No. I threw the one that the rim is different widths. I have not thrown the inner core. How does that fly? Okay. So we've got the first one from Ed, 3 from Hit Dragon, 5 from Doc, 4 from Justin, 6 from Dujit, and a 3 from Hit Dragon, which is actually just a repeat vote. Okay, so 1, 3. Oh man, well you guys are not helping me decide at all. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm leaning toward 4. Justin's pick, the blue. Wait, that's 3. Sorry. 3, Justin's pick. Not Justin's pick. Hit Dragon's pick. Gosh dang. Justin's pick, the 4. Gosh. I reversed them because the colors. Anyway. I'm not sure about the floppier disc in the hand for the throw. Just not sure. So I'm leaning a little bit toward 3. But maybe if more votes come in, I'll have to change that. But I'm leaning toward 3. Doc says, yeah, got 1 or 2. Dude, it's a good disc. Not anything special right now. I'm having fun throwing random stuff. But we'll maybe go to the pilot. I'm seeing a good pilot. Juan says, favorite song. One of my favorite songs right now that's relevant is Finish Line by Skillet. It's a great hype song for practicing my putting or for hyping up before a tournament. And I like the sound of the song, but also the line that says, heroes never die, even if we crawl to the finish line. Because it's like, I know that rough stuff happens on the course, and every once in a while, nothing goes my way, but I'm always going to finish, and I'm always going to try to give my best up until the last moment to salvage as good of a round as I can have. So it's pretty inspiring for me. So that's a current favorite song. Dude just said, yeah, I use it on the off jump putt here and there, not a staple of the bag. Kyle says, you like to eat a lot. I like Taco Bell, which Luke agrees to that. Yeah, I weigh 150 pounds, so I like eating, but it's not that much of me here. Doc says, you threw some trash. Hope you picked it up. EJ says, specifically the Electron Firm Nomad. I do like the Electron Firm. It's a good plastic. Doc says, Brad, putter only round. It's on the list. I might move it up in the next couple of weeks, but I think I have it scheduled for April. So putter only round will be happening. If you're saying you want me going putter only against you and Dujit doubles, well, as long as we're playing a sub 300 foot course, deal. Chisholm, out of all your discs, do you have the Glow Stalker? I do not have a Stalker. Do not have a Glow Stalker. All these discs and I don't. Stalker is Discraft, right? I'm just gonna look up Stalker and see what I find. Yeah, it's Discraft. I knew it. I knew it was Discraft. Ooh. It says it's so funny that it's coming up as my little. It's so funny that it's coming up as my little sister's profile. Your YouTube is your sister's profile. Hit Dragon. Is that Toothless? Does look like Toothless. Dude just says, anyone try dyeing a glow disc? Does it still glow after? I think that you have to glow it in certain colors. Dye it in certain colors to keep the glow coming through it. I wish I had a better. If Blaze was on here, he would know an exact answer. Blaze, join us. Blaze, where are you? Blaze would know. But that's a good question. I believe that there are some colors you can use and some that you can't. And I think it's lighter colors are good and darker colors are bad. But I don't know. Yeah, Hit Dragon says sign on my own profile. I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Try switching profiles. Switch them and then switch back and see if it changes. Doc said, meant to pick which putter. I do that at the local mini course, nothing over 120. So you're saying take the 6 out there and throw them? The 6 Wardens out there and throw them? It's probably a good way to do it. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Luke says, a pro player told me to play a putter only round. It will help your game. Sounds like something I said once. Yeah, I've done a few putter only rounds and they're great. It really reveals exactly how you throw, because sometimes you're throwing overstable or understable and it'll flip up or it'll fade out and you can't always see, or it resists wobble. But when you start throwing putters, it's like, oh, I throw really wobbly, or I throw with hyzer. Helps your accuracy. Vince Lore says, that's your frisbee collection behind. Wait, at least you didn't say plates. So this is an ultimate frisbee. Chunky, pretty like thin, light, and I'm gonna switch discs. This is a disc golf disc. So big difference. Disc golf discs were essentially invented and designed to fly further and faster than Whammo frisbees. And all of these discs have a slightly different flight path. Flight speed ranges from 1 to 14. Glide ranges from 0 to 7. Turn ranges from -5 to +1, and fade from 0 to 4, something like that. So imagine all of those mathematical combinations and you get a bunch of these. I have a few copies of the same disc, but these are almost all of them slightly different. And even the same disc in different plastics will fly differently. So I have 22 discs in my bag that I take onto a disc golf course with me, and I'll throw between 5 and 15 of them depending on the shot shapes that I need to hit. And I play competitively in tournaments, and I'm in between the highest level of amateur and the professional division. I've turned down cash in some professional wins that I have to keep my amateur status for some amateur majors this summer. So it is my disc golf collection, not a frisbee collection, although people do colloquially call discs frisbees. They are different. Doc says, yeah, Luke, putters won't hide bad habits like drivers can sometimes. Yep. Ed says, I'll be playing a good little C tier on Saturday in southern Utah, one of the SUDGA series. Very cool. Yeah, good luck with that, like Dude said. Hopefully you play really well. I'm playing a B tier on Saturday, the how did I forget? The Queen City Gambit. Which Charlotte is the Queen City, by the way. If you didn't notice, the Queen City Gambit, it's Charlotte, Queen City. Yeah. So we'll both be competing on Saturday, Ed. Hopefully both of us do really well. Doc says, yeah, the 6 Wardens and the new clear one you buy before that. He's obsessed with the clear Warden. Motocross moments. I love putter only rounds. Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. Take some of the pressure off because you don't really expect. You don't go putter only and be like, PR today. you're like, I'm just gonna play. And sometimes you end up with some great throws because you're letting yourself just do your best and not, feel like you failed a matchup or have to try to exceed your previous bests or your norm. So it can be really nice. Digit, get a crystal clear white warden and throw it on snowy day. Automatic 500 feet, trust me. Just full of good advice, aren't you? I have thrown in the snow, and it depends on the type of snow, but if you throw a spike hyzer, it doesn't matter if you throw white or not. You're punching into the snow, and you leave this little gap. And it is so hard to find your disc. So difficult. Doc says, I still say clear discs are the easier to find. Yeah, because you can see right through them, and seeing the grass on the other side of it makes it so easy to find them. Chisolm says, who is your disc golf idol? Well, I wouldn't phrase it as an idol, but one of my favorite pros is Calvin Heimberg. I think that his just flipped up dead straight low shot with the eagle is so good. He's so good with destroyers. And when he's putting well, he's just almost unbeatable. Gannon, of course, is extremely dominant. But then I would say that Isaac and Ezra Robinson are two of my favorites. I've met them both. I've been able to kind of like chat with Isaac and kind of hang out around a campfire. And he's just one of the nicest, most humble people that I've ever met. And the amount of success that he had just won Worlds before that, and it just didn't get to his head. Also, somebody asked me a long time ago who else I played with. Totally slipped my mind. I played with Luke Taylor. I played with Justin Rozak. I played with Evan Smith. Not on the same card as them, but in the same competitive field as them. And dang, I'm still missing one. Ty Love at the Eagles Wings Unchained Conference, and I missed 5 circle 1 putts, and I was 4 shots back from Luke Taylor in the first round that I played with him. And I was so like, ugh. If I had just hit 3 or 4 of those putts, I would have been right there. Right there. Also played on the same doubles card as Sullivan Tipton, but they split up like higher rated players with lower rated. So Sullivan played with, he had a 13-year-old kid on his team, and I played with an older guy who, couldn't throw as far. So we were not on the same doubles team. All right. Hit says not frisbees, they're discs. Yep. Cincinnati's the real Queen City, says Dujit. I have no argument against that. Doc says, what's hurtful is when your score is better with just putters. Not me, just saying some people. Ed J says, I'll jump on the next live and let you know how it goes. Good. Yes, let me know how that goes, and I'll let you know how mine goes. Doc has faith in Ed, not in me. Dude just said, played a snow round where I lost 4 discs. Oh, haven't played a snow round since. Chis says, you should make an in the bag video. I actually just did in January. In the bag 2025. I walked through everything in the bag. And actually, a couple of the discs have already changed, but it's still a big improvement on my 2024 in the bag video. Yeah, so check that out. In the bag 2025. Doc says, Zach Melton's my guy. He has been since I started watching disc golf media. Zach is funny. He and Calvin are a great combo. They're hilarious together. Zach Melton's a fun pick. Okay. Ed, played my first tournament in January. Just found I'm rated 907 from that tournament. That's a solid start. That's somebody that tells me that you played for a year or 2 or 3 even, and you just didn't play tournaments. And then you hop into a tournament and you're like, oh, I'm good. I'm a good player. I'm MA 2, yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Dujit says root for Bird just because he's the closest in age to me and he's pretty funny. Yeah, I like his personality, of course. I think he's still growing as a person and as a player. I find him interesting. Of course, he's incredibly talented, and I think his friend group is really strong. So he, Isaac, Alden, etc. I think that they're a really strong group of guys, and that I think that Gannon's going to be an even have an even better personality in the next few years as he grows up more. Um, I hope he keeps his sense of humor, but yeah, I think he's going to be an even more interesting person. Doc says, so Ed, how much would you charge to fly up to North Carolina for doubles versus singles rounds wearing a hat and wig? Digital pay half the flight. Great combo. 907 is solid. Ed will give me a run for my money on certain courses, and yeah, you just have to wear that wig. So I think what's even funnier is I don't know what Doc and Dugit look like, so the wig wouldn't make any difference if Ed just popped in. You just have to make sure you call yourself Dugit. Doc says, Dugit, we're getting Luke Humphrey for you, mainly so we can meet Hogan. Uh, Doc says, we will be the totally professional, not giggling about soup caddies. Levi said, I think it's fixed. Was something broken? Or are you talking about something being fixed, like the doubles round that I will totally win if it ever happens? Ed says, pay for my flights and I'm there. Pay for my flights and I'm there. And then he retracted it, so maybe he misspelled something. I don't know. Let me check our poll real quick here. I'm going to have to close polling soon, but it looks like Dr. Pepper's going to win it. I'm surprised, actually, root beer or Mountain Dew shifted down and root beer shifted up a little bit to take third place. So we have Dr. Pepper at 30%, Sprite at 26%, root beer 22, Mountain Dew 21. Still a pretty tight race, but Dr. Pepper is clearly leading the field. Very interesting. This is very valuable because now in a year when we have a birdie time tournament, I'll just bring Mountain Dew, which is the least voted for. Isbay says, can we see your dimple? Yeah, because they're craters. I have massive dimples, especially on the right side. So I guess the facial hair does kind of block it a little bit, but yeah, I've always had huge dimples. Yep. Which I found out is apparently a genetic defect, which we find generally people tend to find dimples as a cute thing. But apparently it's like an imperfection with the muscles in your face, and you have like a gap of efficiency in your muscles, and so your face doesn't move the same, and it creates that dimple. So yeah, dimples are apparently a defect. So all of you weirdos who like dimples, you're you're looking at an abnormality. What am I trying to say? It's abnormal. An abnormality. Why could I not say that? Abnormality. Jeez. And Isabel says, you look like a Greek god. It's the shirt. Dude, I would fly from Indiana to play in a birdie time tournament. Yeah, I would love to do. I'm hoping to put together. I don't think I can do anything this year, but I really want to put together events. So it's a long-term plan, but I'm gonna try to make that happen. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Birdie time tournament only using birdie discs. Yeah, yeah. After the tournament, we eat soup and go help out a local soup kitchen. Hey, that's on point. We'll do that. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Hey, Garrett and Jessica had a fundraiser tournament before tour, and Garrett roasted, I don't know, barbecued for like 2 days, I should say, and it was pretty good. So I'll host a tournament, but I'll just cook soup for like a day. I'll just slowly stir a massive pot of soup and just have it like simmering for 24 hours, and then I'll bring it to the tournament, and we can all just dip a bowl in and have our soup before we play. Who's got the best hush puppies in North Carolina? I have no idea. I never have been a hush puppy person. Oh, where did we eat? We ate at this really nice restaurant that had pretty good hush puppies. I have to say that my experience eating in restaurants is very, very limited, especially in North Carolina. So I'm not the person to ask. There are several Charlotte people who would immediately recommend a location, but I'm unaware of the answer. Isbay says it's not the shirt, it's the haircut. Doc says I will need to be working while sitting. I'm old and tired. Doc, maybe you can just like shuffle in and you'll get served while the rest of us do the serving and nobody will notice. Dude, soup competition for 2 extra strokes before. That's good. We'll have like people have like a chili cook-off. We'll have a soup cook-off. So arrive a day early and start cooking your soup. Get it done on time. And winner gets to start 5 under. Runner-up gets to start 3 down. And third place gets to start 1 under par. Bring a can of soup for a mulligan. No hush puppies. Well, Brad, I'm sorry. I'm done being a soupy. I've had hush puppies. I'm just not like, I just don't eat them all the time. Isbay says, why are there so many plates behind you? Was that 6 or 7 plates comment? So these are discs. So I play a lot of disc golf, and similar to, but unlike a frisbee, which is chunkier, slower, discs are designed to fly faster and further. And I play in a lot of disc golf competitions. So I'm an amateur disc golfer that's on the line of being a professional, accepting money for competing. And I've turned down a couple $100 in a couple of competitions in order to keep my amateur status for a couple of big tournaments this year. Then in the fall, I will switch over into the professional division. So these all fly a little bit differently. Different plastics, different flight shapes in their design to go around a tree to the left, around a tree to the right, or skip after it hits the ground, etc. They all fly a little bit differently. Have used them as coasters for my coffee. Isbay said, dude cannot take a compliment. I try not to. Whoa, that's so much info. Sorry. And thank you. I appreciate it. I'll accept the compliment. Thank you. Doc says people don't care for my chili because it's a bit spicy. Casey says 5K subs and you cosplay as a character and do a live while in cosplay. Cosplay is not for me. Closest thing would be Link from Legend of Zelda, and the problem with cosplaying as Link and going live is I wouldn't be able to talk. Dude just says 3rd plate mention. At least. I can think of at least 4 or 5. Doc says Brad has a very nice small collection behind him, but he will get there. Need to at least find 6 discs a week somewhere. You forgot you were stashing them because you were overflowing the spare rooms you keep them in. I do have some. I mean, I have some discs in boxes that I just never opened from the move, and I don't even remember what discs they are. It's kind of a problem. But they weren't like, I packed them because I didn't need them on the shelf. So, trick to chili, you start the burger cooking with jalapenos in the pan, or jalapenos or whatever. No thanks. Isbay, I would still use them as plates because why not? Yes, you can make it happen. I mean, they're suited for it, but I wouldn't eat off of it. They make really good coasters if you have crap, which I should not be using the P2. I respect it too much. But this disc, don't care about. It's old and crappy. So I've used this as a coaster and put my soup bowl on it, or my coffee or hot chocolate or whatever mug, hot drink. Just plop it on it. It's a nice coaster. But I would not eat out of it, especially if you've ever thrown it. Ugh. But it can be done. Isbay says that's a small collection. Excuse you. I'll say that Doc was definitely underselling the collection, but I'll also say this is not the biggest disc collection in this building. There is another disc collection that is double or triple what I have right here. But this is a lot. But I'll also say this: people who really get into disc golf basically have this many discs. Not all of them, but people who have jobs, this is what happens. Just ask Doc. So what happens? Isabel says, yeah, kind of disrespectful to eat from. Yeah, you got to use one that is old and you don't use anymore, or just flies bad, and then it's okay. But if it flies well, you got to respect it. Excuse me. Doc, I have considered getting a food truck, and you can get a collector's plate with it. Places you can't sell items, only food. It's good. That would be very interesting. Yeah, yeah. Serve food, obviously like in a bag or a wrapper or something, but with a disc as the plate. That's great. That's a great idea. Isbay says, who's Terry though? Oh, I missed that. Talk to Terry the Disc Man. Yeah. Terry Miller, the great disc golf man, the greatest disc golf man ever. Yes, he Terry Miller is called the disc golf guy, and he designed this box for shipping discs, and also films a lot of disc golf coverage across the United States. And yeah, the disc golf guy. Luke says it's an average collection of discs. I would say it's above average. I would say that there are more than the average person has. But as far as people who have a collection of discs, it's not a big collection. So I agree with Luke in that if you have a disc collection, this is average. If you're just an average disc golfer, I would say you have less than this. I'll put it that way. I think that's a good way to say it. Dude, open a disc shop, but you can only get a disc if you order a soup with it. Isbay said, you can tell he's proud. I am proud of the discs that I have, but I don't think they're anything special. I have a couple of them that I appreciate a lot, a couple of expensive ones and discs that I've won and used a lot. We got another plate. That's like plate mention number 7. So these are not plates, but unlike a conventional frisbee, whammo frisbee, little floppy, flimsy, kind of not great, these are disc golf discs. They're designed to fly differently than frisbees. They're a lot faster. They fly a lot further. And you don't hold them like a frisbee. You throw usually with your finger on the outside. Discs, you hook your fingers on the rim underneath, and you can really throw these far. So disc golf discs designed to fly across the disc golf course and hit some good lines. I need to throw this. I'm going to throw it this week. Yes, so not plates, although we were just discussing. I have used this as a coaster, one of my crappy old ones, and I put my bowls sometimes and coffee mug on it. Although I don't drink coffee. Not anymore. Isabel says, whoa, never thought I would learn so much about disc golf today. You came to the right channel. Yeah, disc golf is fun. Not everybody likes it, but I will say it's one of the best sports to just try out because A, it's cheap. If you just want 3 discs, a putter, a mid, and a driver, you can spend $20, $25, $30 to get a starter set, which I know, sounds like a chunk of change, but like a soccer ball is going to be $25, a good soccer ball. Or if you know someone who plays, like me, I would instantly let you borrow 3, 4, or 5 discs to just try out. Also, disc golf courses are usually free to play at, and you can just find, if you're in the United States in particular, you probably have a local park with a disc golf course that's probably within 15 miles from where you live. Chances are. Not guaranteeing that, but I'm just saying it's fairly likely. And you're able to fully play the sport of disc golf by yourself. Soccer, I played soccer for 15 years. You can't play soccer by yourself and fully experience soccer. But disc golf, you can play alone and fully experience disc golf. So it's cheap to start, it's cheap to try, And if you just have a couple discs, you can play for free over and over again. So highly recommended. It's also a good family activity, and it's also a sport that you can play till you're 80. I know several 70-plus-year-old guys who play disc golf and love it. It's not hard on the body like other competitive sports, so you can keep playing a long time. So there you go. Oh, Isbay says, got to move to the US first. So it depends on where you are. A lot of European countries have a lot of good disc golf courses. Sweden has a lot of disc golf. I know there's some in the UK. Estonia, huge on disc golf. Um, Denmark, Iceland has a lot. Iceland, I think, has the most disc golf courses. No, I'm going to misquote this, so I won't say it. But there's a reasonable amount of disc golf courses per capita for an island nation. Anyway, but yeah. So I'm just talking about disc golf. Have a disc with a paper plate stamp for an April Fool's disc. Also, own an island. People play disc golf on. Terry is my hero. Doc says, so over 300, aiming at 400. That's not the average. That would be Doc's collection. I would say, Doc, that for a collector, it's average. For just a disc golfer, it's a lot. Yeah, you might have a problem. Masood says, hi, say my name. Ed thought it would be fun to organize a game where the players had to wear the personal protective equipment they wear at their work. But then I remember what firefighter gear feels like. That's good. Well, up until recently, my career work was camp counselor to youth pastor, so I would be just fine. Shorts and a t-shirt. It is a worldwide sport, and Doc is asking what country. Let's see. Yeah, Isbay, what country, if it depends on what country you're in, but what country you're from, you might have a good amount of disc golf courses in your country. Just depends. Yeah, that would be quite challenging, Ed. That would be. Tugken says, Johnny, get out of here, and Johnny says, no. You don't have to leave. Doc says, yeah, I don't collect. Throw all my discs. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by collect. Because I don't throw all my discs, but most of them are not collector discs. Most of them are discs that I would throw, or I have thrown, but I don't throw very often. They just kind of wait, hoping for someone to come by and try it out. But they're all throwable. Yeah, Isbay, we're curious what country you're in, because you might have a ton of disc golf courses there. Doc says, Ed, you see Tyler Brickley do around in COVID suits, like biohazard suits. Yikes. I have seen the inflated like T-Rex suits where you look out of that like panel in the chest. I have seen some disc golf played in the T-Rex suits. I can't remember where I saw that. It was probably YouTube, but yeah, I have seen that. That's funny. Worst that I've done is not worst, but closest that I've come is as a tree worker last year in the fall winter. I would go from working and I have like wood chips all over me, dust, dirt everywhere, and I had like work jeans on, long pants, cut proof pants on, and my work shoes, and went straight to the disc golf course. And this is like still like 70, 75 degrees in Florida, and I'm wearing pants and I'm out there playing disc golf, and I got a little sweaty, but it was worth it. Isbay said, I'm from Pakistan. Hope they won't freak anyone out. I don't think anyone's freaked out. We probably don't have Ellis here. He's probably asleep. But let's see if we have good Pakistan disc golf. Disc golf is the 75th best disc golf country. Pakistan has one course. I wish you had more. I wish you had more than one course. Your guide to disc golf in Pakistan. Zaida, Pakistan. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Ignore me. Ignore me. Where's the course? I'm struggling. We need Alice here to do our research for us. Yeah, Doc is saying, is it near Zaida? That Zaida or whatever? That's what I was finding too. Uh, yeah, Dujit says, why would it freak anyone out? Same question. Um, and AKA Michelin Man. Isbay says, "What Zaida? Am I dumb?" I think it's a city in Pakistan. We'll see. Islamabad. That's the capital, right? Renaissance course in Islamabad. Am I ignorant? I'm sure I'm ignorant, but yeah, dude, this is probably a town or something. Yeah, that's the capital. I think there's a Renaissance is a disc golf course in Islamabad. That's what I'm finding, but honestly, it's a little bit hard to research. I think because it's the only course in Pakistan. But you're in Karachi. Okay, we're gonna find out. It's hard because some countries are like travel in some countries. Oh, that's really far. That's literally like, is that as far as you can be away from the only disc golf course in Pakistan? Like, that's so far away. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that you gotta fly everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Yep. That's tough. It's hard because like the United States is similar to that. Like, you can go from you can be in Michigan, which is one out of 50 states, and you can drive from the top northern part of the UP in Michigan and drive to the bottom border of Michigan, and you're still in Michigan 12 hours of driving later. One state. And then if you go from there, one state, all the way down to Florida, the bottom of Florida is like another 25 hours to drive all the way down to the bottom of Florida. So that's what I'm counting 25 and 12. So like 37 hours north to south, you can drive from Michigan to Florida. And then east to west is even further. We're talking 50, 60, 70, 80 hours to drive across the United States. Probably more. I don't know. So yeah, I get it. But other countries, like in Europe, there are some European countries where you can drive across in an hour or two. But obviously, Pakistan, you're screwed. It's like the furthest away you could be from the disc golf course. Yeah, that's funny. 37 hours. Yeah. Yep, the United States is big. I mean, it's not Russia big, but it's big. It's big. Doc says hit rush hour traffic can be 12 hours getting from East Charlotte to West Charlotte. Yeah, traffic is bad in Charlotte. It's bad. It adds so much time. Dude just says just order some discs and throw them around, I guess. You can't get to the course. Man, we need the Paul Macbeth Foundation to get to Pakistan and start putting in more courses. Paul Macbeth is a famous disc golfer who was extremely dominant in the last 10, 15 years of disc golf. Not as much the last 2 or 3 years, but now he has a foundation where he's putting disc golf courses in different countries. So that'd be really cool. Isbay says, good advice. Doc says, get some friends, everyone order a basket and make your own course. Wow. A great chance for Doc to reference soup. Say, get your friends over, make some soup, and get some baskets and make your own course. And he doesn't even bring up soup. I'm disappointed. I don't know about all of you guys, but that makes me sad. Isbay says, gonna break all my windows. Yeah, it's I mean, honestly, it's fun to just have a frisbee or a disc, go outside, and pick a target. Pick a tree. I did this in my backyard growing up. I would have to throw into my trampoline, like over the netting into my trampoline, and see how long it took me. Then I'd go in my trampoline, I'd throw over the net and out of it until I hit a tree. And then I would go and throw to my mailbox. And then I would go and I would throw into my basketball hoop. I would just like play hobo golf or whatever you call it. I wasn't very PC as a child, so I called it hobo golf. But you just pick your target and throw at it, see how long it takes you to hit it. Definitely, definitely fun. It's not the full disc golf experience, but it's still enjoyable. Doc forgot what soup is. At your age, Doc, some things are just gonna slip out of the mind, and it's okay. It's okay. If it ever comes back, that's a good thing. But just don't freak out about it. It's all right. Isbay said soup out of everything. Tomato soup. Dude just says the soup lore runs deep. So yeah, basically a couple of streams ago, Doc got really obsessed with a soup conversation that we were having, and he kept bringing up soup over and over for like 3 hours. So now suddenly we'll just start talking about soup for no reason. That's pretty much the entire explanation. Speaking of, what kind of soup do you like? Isbay? Tomato soup? I make a really good cheeseburger soup that's like potatoes, carrots, celery, cheese, parsley, basil, salt, pepper, etc., sour cream, and it just all melts together, and it's really good. It's good for you. It's not like the healthiest soup ever because there's a lot of dairy and cheese in it, but it's good for you, and it tastes really good. Doc said, I believe that was Ed, not me. I just sit here quietly. Isbay says soup for life. All right. We got another soup. We got another soupy. Doc says, Brad's first signature stamp is a bowl of soup. He never mentions why. That's funny. Drop the recipe. I'd have to copy and paste the link from my phone, and I can't use my phone. Look up, oh shoot, what is it? Tasteofhome.com. 50 best 50 best recipes, and cheeseburger soup is on that. So you're welcome. Doc says, I dump a can of tomato soup with a can of milk, maybe crackers and pepper to same thing as Brad. Yeah, it's good. It's not the same thing, but it's good. It's good. I grew up having a lot of like tomato soup, and then I would just like sprinkle cheese in it, like shredded cheese, and it was good. But I really enjoy the variety of recipes that I have these days as an adult. Brandon Metters, favorite putter. I putt with the Wardens. I love the Warden. Warden's great. I throw a Keystone. I like the P2 as a putter. Did really well for me in a Discmania test video that I did. I like the PA3. Yeah. But I putt with the Wardens, so... Oh, this is the wrong putter. Here we go. This is the Warden that I putt with the most. In the circle, sometimes for a circle 2 putt. So yeah, I like my blue, I like my putters, I like my Wardens. I even like throwing Wardens, but I tend to save them for putting, not throwing. Doc says clear ones. He's making that up. I don't have any clear Wardens. His base is, how do you remember that? Yeah. Doc forgets some things, remembers others. Sounds so good. I'm with Doc on this one. Yeah, I mean, tomato soup is good, but cheeseburger is next level. Brandon says, thanks. I've been only a wizard guy. So I have putted with wizards, and I do like them. I would say I like the toughness of the putter, the wizards that I was putting with. I liked that they were like a firm plastic, and I like the stability. I would say they're quite similar to Wardens, but they're beaded, right? So they're maybe a little bit more like a link as a beaded putter, maybe. But I do like Wardens. Wizards. I respect them. as putters. Yeah, give the Warden a try. I think it will be similar. Doc, I did a mystery discs video with my buddy Dakota where we had like an infinite discs mystery bag of 3 discs, and I got a PA3 in there, and it putted shockingly well. Like I just couldn't understand how like 2 holes in I was hitting putts with it that I didn't expect to ever make. So PA3 surprised me. Very stable and very firm. And yeah, it does have a beat on it. Goodness gracious. But yeah. I wouldn't say that would be my next choice, but yeah. P2 would probably be my second choice for a putter. Dujit played a tournament with a guy that only threw a wizard all round. I played a tournament with a guy who only threw a Valkyrie all round and putted with it too. Only a Valkyrie. He was funny. He's a funny guy. Let's just say that same guy, great guy, his prostate was acting up that round. He did not let that stop. SSS putter. Are you talking about a wizard? Doc, did I miss something? Or are you talking give the clear putters a rest? Yeah, how did that wizard do? Yeah, Isbay. So the wizard is a putter. So there's wardens, judges, PA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s, wizards, lunas, roaches. I mean, these are all putters. Like they're just shaped a little bit differently. So I mostly have. Here's one. This is a Sonic. This shaped a little bit differently. This one's more like a frisbee. This one is a parachute, and it's really floppy. That one, I forget what it is. This one is a pixel, and it's a pretty popular one, Simon Line pixel. This one is a Berg Castoplast. The GT Banger, yes, I have putted with a GT Banger. I like the thumb placement for those. That was one of the first putters besides my Warden that I tried out. This one is an armadillo. Another putter. I only throw with this one. I did a 1 disc challenge with this, and this broke my heart because I ended up being 1 stroke away from tying and taking some cash. Dead center, 38-foot putt. Dead center, popped right back out. Broke my heart. I forgot about this Warden. I should have put this in the voting stack for throwing. Glitch. Super glidey, super lightweight. My brother says I need to put the glitch back in the bag. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. Oh. This is one I should throw. The Toro. Just haven't really given it a try, but I like this die. The 2-tone die. It's pretty nice. And I took 3rd in this tournament too, so I should throw it. Isbay says foreign language, can't understand nothing. Yep, I mean, some use like food as their disc names. Like there's a berry, there's a taco, like stuff like that. Some use Greek names like the Hades, the Luna, the Athena. Some of them are like sciencey names like MVP, where you get stuff like you get the gyro technology and you get the pixel, the volt, stuff like that. But yeah, sometimes there are themes. Sometimes they just seem like random names. Gooder Bear, do you get pissed when people call it frisbee? I would say on average, no. It doesn't really bother me. But when people are like, oh, you're just throwing a frisbee around, it's so easy. I'm like, it's not, because I used to just throw a frisbee around. I used to play ultimate frisbee and throw a frisbee, and I could not play disc golf. I was so bad at it. And I had to learn the grip. I had to learn better form to be able to be okay at disc golf and get a disc to actually fly well. So I think when people just assume that it's really easy, it's just like throwing around a toy, It's like, no, it's not. Like you really don't know. So most of the time though, I think it's just an opportunity to highlight the difference. So I like to say they're similar, but this is a frisbee and this is a disc. Like these two things fly very differently. So I like it as a little educational opportunity. Usually doesn't bother me. Wizards are fun sounds wrong. John B from Outer Banks, I am crying. John B, it's good. I'm glad you're healthy. Which season are you from? I watched some of Outer Banks. Doc says Brad didn't mean anything mean, just most either bead or no bead, not a lot of either. Yeah, it's true. Definitely for the C1, I like the beadless, but I've done enough like challenge videos where I'm putting with a beaded putter to where it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Putting with a driver can be fun and thinner, so less chance to hit the band. Yeah, and a much higher chance of spitting through. I've been there. Also, tons of fade. All right, I'm a few back. Jacob Hendrick, when did Drew play a whole round with the Valkyrie? This guy was like 60, but it's a good guess. Dude just says, usually just new players call it that, not too annoying. Isbay says, roaches, like the bug. Yep, not like the bug, but that's the name of a disc. Jake said, you're still live? Yes, indeed. I usually go between 3 and 4 hours. Thanks for jumping back on. Other Jake. We got 2 Jakes now. Brandon, I've tried the armadillo. It's a weird one. Definitely a weird one. I think it's a thrower more than a putter. I don't like putting it into the chains. I think it's all wrong for it. But it's good for a throw if you want a predictable, controllable throw. Roaches are decent as well. Yeah, I think they're similar to the Warden in some ways. Doc says, that's why I went Warden over Judge, did a challenge, and the judges just hit and rolled more than the Warden. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah. I like how the Wardens stay. Although in Charlotte, stuff tends to just stand up and start moving because the ground is more hard packed. Florida stuff just sits down. Brandon says, dude, I still drive with my first disc. It's a Surge SS and I forehand it. Well, the Surge SS is a great like long-term disc. It'll fly forever if you have power, and if you don't, you can just throw an Anheuser like flex shot with it. But yeah, Surge is a long-lasting, long-flying disc if you have the power. My first driver is not right there. Oh, it's here. These are my signed ones. Now covered in signatures, but a Sidewinder. And I would say this would only be good as a roller now. But man, the plastic, oh, I miss having this in the bag. Just the feel of this disc in my hand. But as a signature disc, I'm just keeping the MPO signatures on it and not throwing it anymore. But it stayed in the bag for a long time. Ow. Come on. Dujit, 1 to 3 speeds only for putters, I'd say. Oh, did I skip a few? I did skip a few. Lone Wolf says they should make Frisbee a sport. There are 2 sports, Ultimate Frisbee and disc golf. And I have both discs here to demonstrate. Ultimate Frisbee, fun sport. I enjoyed playing it a lot. Then I learned how to throw a disc, and I can throw 3 times further almost with a disc than I can with the Frisbee. Probably not 3 times, probably twice. But discs are designed to fly faster and further. And we have a PDGA Pro Tour. There's a professional event playing every week from, March 1st to October. There's basically a huge tournament every weekend where the best professional players from the United States and a lot of European players and people from other countries travel to the U.S. to tour and make their living off disc golf. I play competitively at a high amateur level, not quite like nothing close to the professional tour level, but stepping into the professional divisions. Doc says, real question, speed 4, are they putters or mids? I say mids. holes. Is a frisbee with a hole in it flying better than hole ones? So if you're talking about the ring discs that have a massive gap in the center, those do fly really well. Their strength is that their their size for their weight is a great distribution. All of the weight is on the outside. But what they're missing out on is with the hole in the center, they don't have um, they don't get to glide through the air as easily. So they have like an advantage and a disadvantage inherent in that hole in the middle. They can still go really far, but full discs I think can fly further because they're able to glide better with the air. Not very scientific, but I'm trying. Also, if you have a hole in your disc, it's not PDJ legal, so you can't use it on the disc golf course in a sanctioned tournament. Dude just says mids for 4 speeds. Doc says, yeah, putter only tournaments. I think it should be discussed. That's fair. That's fair. 9 to 14 for drivers. That's tough because I have my Brave 7-speed. I would say that's a driver. It's a fairway driver. It's a control driver as opposed to a distance driver. But I would definitely say 7 and 8 speeds are no longer mids. I think they're drivers. Have I played any courses around Greensboro? So I don't think so. I think I played a course around Raleigh. And my map isn't working because why not? Yeah, so I haven't played anything really close to Greensboro. Most of my disc golf has been very close to Charlotte, with the exception of one tournament that I played in Raleigh, and I don't even remember what that course was called. Then I've played Winthrop University in South Carolina, just over the border, and then a couple courses in Georgia, and then mostly Florida and a couple in Michigan. Yeah. Doc, is there a disc someone would say, I just love X and even putt with it, and you would think is odd? Me, I'm like, you do you, bro. Yeah, I met a guy. I remember his name. This kid is like, I think he saw me throw when I was like trying out a new form and I threw poorly. Cause he's like, hey man, you wanna play a few holes together? And I was like, yeah, sure. And he's like, sweet. I'm a professional golfer and I'm trying to be a professional disc golfer. I've already won a couple $100. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. Proceeds to get to 28 feet, reaches down, grabs his disc, and just bashes it into the cage. Totally misses the putt. And I'm like, do you use putters in the circle? And he's like, wow, I find it's just easier to use my driver. He wasn't good at putting. He was okay at throwing, but I was clearly better than he was. And yeah, part of me is totally fine with people enjoying the sport in whatever way they want to, but part of me is like the youth pastor in me is kind of like, I want to like help you grow. I want you to be better. I want you to improve. So let's talk about what strategic choices you can make and use a putter in the circle. And maybe you should disc down for control shots. And maybe you need to aim for the bigger gap instead of the small one. Maybe you should just take your par instead of going for birdie and taking a double bogey. So that's the way that I am, is I want to help people. And I really don't like want to control people. I really want to like help them find the best way to do things or a better way to do things. So that's very much my personality, is I want to teach and help someone get better. So seeing someone do something that's clearly hurtful to their score is hard for me to see. I had an aerobic as a kid. Aerobies are fun. Hey, Brent's back, finally. I've been talking about you, Brent. Goodness. KFC, why so many plates behind you? Another plate reference. How many is that? 8? So these are not plates. These are disc golf discs. Ugh. This one is a Gyropalooza disc, but they're designed to fly further and faster than ultimate frisbees. Let's suppose if you really want to use it as a coaster or a plate, you can. But yeah, these are used in disc golf, and I play in tournaments competitively. Not on the level of the pro tour players, but in between the highest amateur division and the professional division. I'm like on that line. Just hoping to play in a couple more amateur events this year. Bailey, in New England, we have a New England team challenge during the winter. Do you have anything similar to that near you? Welcome to the stream, by the way, Bailey. We have like collegiate doubles. There are several like team events. And then we have like the All-Stars. They do a doubles event for the Pro Tour players. But otherwise, it's more low-level stuff. It's more like fundraiser doubles. And then there's one big amateur USA DGC amateur doubles every year. And I got to compete in that with my brother last year. And Brent and I are competing in that this year. So there are some team stuff, but there are no real like Discraft versus Innova in some competition or like 4-man teams. There's really only like best shot doubles. It's basically it. There's more variety, but it's pretty much what it is. Dude just says 5th plate that he's heard, and I know there were at least 2 before you hopped on. Bailey says 1 round of singles, 1 round of doubles between 2 teams of about 20. Sounds fun. In a league of around 10 teams with multiple divisions that you move up or down between the years. Yeah, that sounds like a blast. All right, I'm a little bit back. Doc says, what's everyone's super class disc? I'm old school. Give me a Condor. Is a Makani a super class disc? I actually throw the Makani fairly well. With the Makani, I won a Shrike. Paradise says hi. Welcome to the chat. Doc says near the water, I'll use my sacrificial disc to drive mid and putts. Was it a Diavolo? Doc says, Brad, that kid, you should have thrown some money on the round. Which round? And I lost chat. Okay. Dude just Doc says it was AB Ed before he lost the weight. Dude just says, what's your least favorite disc? Mine's a DX AVR. Least favorite disc? Invictus. It's just stupidly overstable, and I just don't get it. Anything over a 10 speed, Doc says. Brent says, what awful things have you been saying about me? I said you have a great forehand, which complements my backhand right hand, and you're a decent replacement for my left-hand backhand brother for USDGC doubles. What kind of horrible things do you think I would say about you? Goodness. It's wasted if I make fun of you and you're not here. If you're here, then it's worth making fun of you, because then it's actually enjoyable. Doc said you hated soup and thought plates were for losers. Devin says it's AR10, I think. It's at 10, I think. What's at 10? What did I miss? It's okay, whatever. Dude, every time I throw an AVR, it goes like 70 feet right of where I want it to. Doc says buzzes never really worked out. I wanted to love the buzz so much. I mean, Charlotte, we got the Hornets. I need to use the buzz. Somewhat similar for me. I love the Buzz SS, but I don't really like the Buzz very much. Just never really got it. I didn't think I liked the Hex until I threw it and I discovered I liked it. So Hex is the better storyline for me. Mako 3 is better alternative. Dude just says just get a heavier one and it's money. Doc says yes to the Makani being super class. Dude, should I use this 176 G-Star plastic Mako 3? Doc says, Brad, get your super class in heaviest weight, like 200 and lightest weight. Maybe a fun video. That'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. Bailey says, 2 of my buddies played the UDisc amateur doubles tournament this year. One of them aced 17 Winthrop during their round, but it was their second shot off the tee because their first went OB. 17, oh, yes. My brother and I birdied 17. So they took the par from the tee pad. That's really awesome. That's really cool. So my brother and I played, and we struggled a little bit at Winthrop in our last round, but we were tied for first after the first round at Westminster. We went 16 down, and we ended up tying for fifth overall for the event. So we actually had a really, really great event. We did birdie 17, which was nice. And it was crazy because as my brother was about to putt 17, we heard people throwing across the pond on 6 and hit metal from like 350 feet. They hit the cage and almost threw in. And they started screaming and cheering, and my brother like stopped and like backed off and then re-putted and hit the 30-footer. It was pretty crazy. Brent says, LOL, your brother is better than me. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll take fourth. He's pretty good. Jake's pretty good at putting though. And speaking of him, Jake says the Raleigh course was Valley Springs. Valley Springs. So yeah, who was that? Was that Ed that asked about Greensboro? Yeah, Valley Springs is my Raleigh experience, but nothing really towards Greensboro. Zykor, myself, Yuvraj, I want to join us, University for American Football. Which university have chances to accept? I have no idea. Doc says, who thinks Brad needs to do a video in heavy wind with 130 G Rolo while eating soup? There's the soup. Closest thing, it wasn't as windy, but I did play a roughly 130 to 100, I think it's 137 gram Rolo, DX Rolo, and then a DX Mamba and a DX Mirage. And I played a 9-hole course. And it was pretty breezy. It was pretty breezy. So, but I got a birdie with the Rolo. I hyzer flipped it up into the sky and like spiked it in about a 220-foot shot with the Rolo. I was very proud of that. Dude just says should do a Rolo versus tilt round. So same round, I was throwing DX Mamba, DX Rolo, DX Mirage, and my buddy Dakota was throwing tilt, stego, and shoot, what's the putter? What is that putter? Overstable putter. So we did a flippy versus tilt, flippy versus beefy round. I think it's beefy versus flippy. So look that one up. So not quite exactly what you're describing, where I'm throwing both, but we did have that versus round. Doc says, Dujit, this is why you're my BFF. Dujit, us versus Bogey Bros. We can be the Soup Bros. Raven Scars, do you have any super domey discs? Please say hi in reply. Says hi, hi. Super domey, super domey. I'm trying to think. My Calvinheimer Destroyer is fairly domey. Where's my time lapse? Where is my time lapse? Flat. Where in the world is my time lapse? Oh, it's signed. I'm dumb. It's not even that domey. I don't have any super domey discs. I like the flat. I like the flat discs. I like the flat profile. So probably that Calvin Heimberg is probably my domiest as far as drivers are concerned. Yeah. But no, I don't really have a lot of those super domey discs personally. Dude just says custom t-shirts too. Of course. Doug. Yulian German wigs, of course. Your signature disc will be the birdie just to annoy Brad. Nice. Brent says, wow, did I just see left-hand backhand in here? Crazy. The birdie with an H. Doc says, Brad just gave me an idea. Easter egg hunt, but it's hidden discs. Birdie soup. Would that be chicken soup then? All right. Okay. I guess that makes a level of sense. I shouldn't have known that my channel name was basically setting it up. Yeah. Birdie soup would be chicken noodle, I suppose. Makes sense. Big Bob, I love flat too. Domes are a little better for highs or around trees, though, for me anyway. If I remember correctly, I believe flatter top discs flip a little faster and fade a little faster, like they're quicker to change, and domier discs are slower to change in their flip but slower to change in their fade. So they just shift slower, and flatter ones flip it and shift faster. So it doesn't surprise me that you would want to do like a domier one for hyzer shots, because I would think they would just kind of stay on the line and not flip up or drift off of that angle very quickly. Doc says, how about a good puddle top? I don't care about puddle tops. I don't think they're particularly good or bad or anything. Brent got a puddle top disc in his Ledgestone mystery box. Brent, what was that puddle top disc that you got? What was that? Was that the Zone? Was it Zone the puddle top disc? I think. Sweet stamp, by the way. Dude just says the only puddle top I bag is a range. Yep. I don't have a range. Not yet. I'll get one. It's on my list. I'll get myself a range. Ed says probably a Zone OS for the puddle top. I'm gonna need a little bit more water. Brent says I think you have the flippiness backwards, so maybe the dome flips faster. Maybe. We'll see. Dude just says MVP open tempo. Sweet for forehand approaches. I have only thrown the tempo a few times, but I do like it. It's a good disc. Definitely not quite used to it, but it's good. It's a good disc. Nice and stable, but still good, like glide. Doesn't just dump out of it. Doc says, how dare you, Brent? This is why he was talking bad about you and hating plates. Well, how dare Brent oppose me and disagree with me in the comment section? So rude. Brent says my flat top discs are a lot more stable. We'll see. We'll look it up. Big Bob says, I'm in St. Paul. We have great courses around here. Kaposia BRP. Where are you at? I am in Charlotte, North Carolina. So, not to brag, but tons of good disc golf courses here. Very, very happy about that. I started disc golf in Florida near Gainesville. Some good courses. We've got Olympus a couple hours away. Jacksonville has a few good courses. Green Gauntlet's really good, a couple hours away. But that was the problem, is that I was 2 hours from a bunch of great courses and only 3 courses within a half hour. Charlotte, it's like, if traffic's not bad, there's 15 courses within a half hour. And like 50 within 45 minutes. It's just, there are so many good courses local to me in Charlotte. So I'm very blessed with that, very fortunate, and very happy to be able to enjoy some good disc golf. I'm glad that you have some as well near you. Doc says now to just get that disc golf discs number up. Yep, working on it slowly. Checking in on the poll. Oh, another vote just came in. Slight resurgence from the Mountain Dew. We have taken over. Mountain Dew is now in second place. Root beer at 22%, Sprite at 23%, Mountain Dew at 24%. But, excuse me, Dr. Pepper is the clear front runner at 30%. So well and above, out ahead is Dr. Pepper as the lead in the drinks preference for the poll. Things could still change, but it looks like Dr. Pepper is going to keep number one. Doc says Brad needs to have 500 by year's end. Oh, gosh. Francisco says, hey, man, I'm close by neighbor. Was wondering if I could stop by and join the live. Can we have a debate or talk about John Nika? I'm not sure who that is, but you're welcome to join chatting in the live. But I'm keeping it, just me running the live stream, but you're welcome to chat and chill, hang out. Brent says, example, my flat top Firebird, extremely overstable, and my domed Firebird flies further and I can flip them up a little bit more. So here's the thing. I think the dome doesn't necessarily impact stability, but rather the turn and the fade. So let's just say your flat Firebird is super overstable and it's not going to turn. Then if you have a domey Firebird, that's the same. Well, let me change this up. Let's say you have a Firebird that'll flip a little bit, right? And you have that exact flippiness with dome and without dome. The flat top would flip and fade more quickly, and the dome would flip and fade more slowly. So it's not that the dome is more or less stable or the flat is more or less stable, but it's about how quickly it moves in its stability. Calvin did a better explanation of talking about his destroyers and how they flip up in their dominess. But it could be the opposite. Dude just says Dr. Pepper for life, just the best of everything. My one thing with Dr. Pepper is I've tried multiple like Dr. Pepper flavors, and I personally don't taste much difference. I just kind of taste Dr. Pepper, and then I taste Dr. Pepper cherry, and that's like, I don't know, that's like it. Like I don't get a whole lot of variety. But with Mountain Dew, I do feel like they're fully like separate, distinct flavors. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Doc is saying Sexton Firebirds are just plain. Brent says champ. Clear, of course. Dome versus flat would be a cool video. Winner goes in the bag for a month. Anyone got a flat and doming groove? Fake says, yo, what's up, man? Just hanging out, having a good time. Thanks for joining us. Just chilling, chatting about disc golf. Sometimes soup. Dude just says, anyone thrown an alien before? Are they really that bad? Yeah, I haven't thrown an alien, but for my understanding, they're like upshot discs, approach discs for controllability, not for distance. But I would have to throw one to give a better opinion on that. They look like a perfect mix of frisbees and discs, especially with the grooves. Yeah, I think that they're basically just set up to be a good controllable approach disc, and throw it like a frisbee, hit your line, but not go for distance. That's my understanding. Fike says, what's the topic, man? What are you talking about? So we're talking about disc golf as opposed to an ultimate frisbee, which is kind of chunkier. Disc golf discs are designed to be faster, fly further, and fly differently than frisbees. So all of these are discs, and they all fly a little bit differently. And plastic type makes a flight change. Dominess versus flat topped makes a flight change. Some of them are faster, some of them are slower, some of them have a longer glide. Some of them will go, if the way that I throw, they'll turn over to the right and never come back. Some will turn over and come back. Some will just go left. They all fly a little bit differently. So that's what we're talking about. Also, the Disc Golf Pro Tour and professional players, tournaments that we play in, courses that we played, stuff like that. Sometimes soup. Brent says, also after I move, we need to take a trip to Neatman Creek with your brother and possibly others. Sounds good. Sounds like fun. And congrats, Brent. Everybody, well, I don't want to just give his business out, but buying a new house. So congrats. Isbay says, love your live cooking while learning. Nice, nice. What are you cooking? Metus says, greetings from Poland. Greetings. Heck yeah. Thanks for joining us from Poland. Poland, do you have much disc golf in Poland? I think there's a few courses in Poland. Doc says, would be interesting to see you use an alien for wet, misty days and see if the grip helps. Yeah. That would be interesting. Yeah. Dude just says, Brad, I think you need to keep that ultimate disc ready every stream. Yeah, I do. I do. Yep, I've got it. I need to get like a little table on my left side because I have this for my laptop so I can see the chat and everything and make sure that I'm actually still live. But I need just another one over here so I can just start grabbing discs and the ultimate disc and just show it. Fake says, Isbay says, ant soup. So yeah, soup is kind of an inside joke in the chat where despite talking about disc golf, a few people have just randomly been talking about soup nonstop. And so we'll just mention soup. It's just a thing. What's your favorite soup, by the way, Fake? Doc says, anyone in chat tried the shoe? It's my new favorite disc. I've not tried the shoe. Is it the Page shoe, Grady shoe? Justin says 3 hours in and going strong. I will not make it to 4 hours, and actually guaranteeing that I won't, because taking a trip to the airport in the morning, like 7 o'clock, so will not be happening. Dude just says, "Congrat, Brent." Yeah, Doc says, "Way to go, Brent! Kiss all your money, free time away." Brent just had a kid, so no free time anyway. Duja, if you're close, you should take a trip to Estonia. Yeah, Estonia. Or Asupia. Okay. Are you sailor? Means. Ibrahim, welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining us. Oh, the Yakun shoe. Okay, so I've only thrown a Yakun Jow. It's my only Yakun disc that I've thrown is the Jow. And just wildly flippy. Not my favorite. But I have not tried the shoe. Haven't tried it. Cannell says, you remind me of Harry Potter after trying meth. Not to correct you on your drug usage, but meth users usually don't have all their teeth. So maybe come up with a better drug next time. Good try. Good try. I would say I look slightly more like Ron Weasley anyway. Pale, have a little bit of red. Man, do you even know Harry Potter? Good night. I'm just messing, by the way. Mate ooze. I know I'm saying that wrong. We have flang disc here in Poland. Heck yeah. Doc, trying to get the shoe to be Savannah Shoe's signature disc. That's great. Isbay says it's 6:30 a.m. here. Oof. 6:30 a.m. Are you making breakfast then? Or are you cooking for like the day? Isbay, Brent is living the life. Love that. Yeah. He's living the life, man. He's got the family home life going strong. Got a couple. Well, I don't want to talk about Brent's personal life. He's doing great. I'm happy for Brent. Brent's doing awesome. And Brent says, "Yeah, what free time?" Yep. Brent has the free time to take third place and take $84 away from me. So there's that. Doc says, same reason I got a bunch of Excel discs. Shazen says, hey, thanks for joining us. We're hanging out, having a good time. Mostly talking about disc golf, sometimes too. Isbay says, you look like Superman with beard, which is funny because Superman almost never has a beard in any iteration. He always is just clean shaven. But that's funny. That's funny. I'll take that as Henry Cavill Superman too, even though it's a broad thing. Just because Henry Cavill's he's cool. And he's a real actual nerd who actually likes playing video games and loves like different books and shows and games. Super cool guy. Doc says, Brent, someone needs to do a podcast for new homeowners like Money Pit. Movie us old people know. Isbay says, Brent, enjoy not having free time. The best feeling ever. Love babies. Yeah, I mean, having a family is a blessing. I don't have any kids, but have a lot of younger siblings-in-law, and they're definitely a joy. Except when they're like 17. Brent says, my free time is disc golf. Dude just says, good way to spend it. Yeah. Yep. Brent gets a little free time, plays some disc golf. Says, hey, Brad, let's meet up at your local course and play 9 holes during my lunch. And then we get to hole 8. He aces it and says, okay, I have to go. and then leaves. Brent's so rude. Doc says, yeah, you blink and the years fly by. Nieces and nephews were babies last week, now off to college. That's it's a really young college trip. Patrick says, took down a random doubles round today at a course I hadn't played. Good times. Heck yeah, congrats. That's awesome. Yeah, random doubles can just be such a blast. You never know who you're going to get. I go into it with the feeling of if I get someone good, we're going to compete. We're going to take cash or win. And if I get someone who's not good, we're going to have fun playing disc golf. I'm going to hit a few big putts. We're just going to enjoy, the sport together. Doc says 9 holes in 30 minutes. Pretty close. It's pretty close. We played fast. Isbay says, remember the Wikipedia tisk tisk moment of Henry's? He's hilarious. I'm assuming that's a reference to Money Pit. I don't know. I don't have that knowledge. I do have knowledge of the first few episodes of Ted Lasso, which is a great show. I just started watching it today. Very much enjoying it. Grew up playing soccer. So, football is always a sport that I've loved, that I've been interested in. And so seeing an American have to step into being a coach not in the United States and have that little culture shock and, not know soccer, it's been fun. It's been fun. Doc says, love Ted Lasso. Yeah, Ted Lasso is great so far. Still early on in it, but still great. I can tell it's just going to be a great couple seasons. Haley Bob says, I don't like you well. Well, I like you, so sorry that's just a one-way thing, but I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining. Ibze says, I think it was an interview. Okay. Haley says, I don't like guys like you. I'm sorry. I'll try to change your mind. LJ says, gotta go to the bathroom, no toilet paper. I'll tell you a story. Went to a new disc golf course I never played for Florida War, where our team traveled to Orlando. Went to use the bathroom, no toilet paper. So I got my practice round in, just suffering in silence. Came back the next morning, brought my own toilet paper. They had no toilet paper. I was the only person who took toilet paper to the bathroom with me so that I could use the bathroom in peace. And our team ended up winning, and I ended up barely making a putt to win $590 and become the War King of the weekend. So I had a really good experience with not having any toilet paper. Haley says, I don't like men with beards. Well, then you liked me up until 4 months ago, because I've been clean shaven pretty much my entire life. And I just decided to grow the beard out at the end of last year. And I've got to say, it hasn't changed my personality at all. I'm exactly the same person. My face just doesn't have a razor burn, and I don't cut my giant mole that I have over here by my right ear, which is really hard to get around with my razor. And I'm really tired of trying to get those hairs and then cutting that mole. So having the beard makes that nice. Doc says, when Ted Lasso quit soccer to open a soup restaurant, I was surprised. Ibse says, we don't like people like you either. No, we do. We like everyone. Well, we don't like everyone, but everyone is a valuable and important human being, intrinsically designed with value and purpose, especially in the eyes of God. And I love everyone. I care about everyone. However, certain actions that are evil are bad, so don't do them. Anyway, Haley says that her boyfriend is 16 and he shaves every day. I've shaved every day. For 10 years, I shaved every day. But I'm liking the beard. Don't care. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Something happened to the stream, but I resumed it. Okay. I'm back in frame. I think we're fine. Except there's no one here anymore because everyone got kicked. So that's great. Um, where were we? Oh, Digit said, what do you usually use your winnings on other tournaments, discs, or just personal stuff? I've bounced around. I was using some of my winnings for like athletic long sleeve shirts to get me through some of the Charlotte colder weather because I had just been playing in Florida. So I wasn't using long sleeve shirts to compete in at all. But moving to Charlotte, I grabbed a few athletic long sleeves. Um, but I've been using them recently for giveaway discs, trying to find some sweet stamps and kind of snag those with my winnings so that I can just give those discs away. So the last giveaway, I think two of them were discs that I had just grabbed. The diamond and the sapphire, I used my winnings to get those. I'm sorry for the stream interruption, everyone. I don't know what happened. My phone just kind of freaked out for a minute, but we're back. We've resumed, and I guess we're back to normal. Um, yeah, so that's what I've been doing is I've been using my winnings on giveaway discs because I don't really need more discs, and that's what been helping me. Doc says, fun story, had a mole in middle school, started shaving, nicked it so much it's basically gone. Oh, that's just painful. Michael, any concern the beard will affect your aerodynamics when throwing? No. Ibse says, so much positivity, what the heck? Sorry, I'm just a positive person. Um, stream crash. I think so, yes. Little crash, but we are back. Is everyone good? Looks like we're back. Rai says, no way, bro. Why do you have so many disc golf frisbees if you don't need any more? I don't mind starting a new hobby if you want to start me off. Hey, if you're anywhere near Charlotte, I will give you a disc. We'll meet up at a course, get around in, and I'll give you a disc for free. I do have a lot of discs. I don't need all of these, it's true. But I do disc giveaways. So I have given away several from my collection. Some of these I'm keeping, like these discs have some more value to them. These discs I've had professionals sign. And then some of these I just want them just in case I need to throw that exact flight shape. But yeah. Oh, in California. Well, that's a little ways away. Let me know if you're ever in North Carolina. But yeah, it's a great hobby. It's a lot of fun, and I'm glad that I have enough discs in case I meet somebody who doesn't have any or just needs to try out a few discs. For instance, even though my buddy Brent has plenty of discs, he's like, I want to throw a Shrike, and I'm like, oh, I've got two Shrikes, so I just grabbed one and let him borrow it, and he likes it, so it's his now, and he gave me my Rocket League stamped Force as a trade, so that worked out in my favor. Calculated. Rara says, I'm going to be in PA. That's closer. That's a lot closer. Fact says, I'll let you know if I'm ever in Charlotte. I'm only a few hours away in South Carolina. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Yeah, how far are you from... Oh, so you said a few hours away. So I've played at Winthrop in South Carolina, but that's barely, across the border. If you're a few hours away, it's almost like, you're probably almost as far away from me now as when I was in Florida. Just like somewhere in that halfway point. Doc says, no, Brad, you need more discs. Stop giving them away. Give away beard hair instead. That's so weird. I will not do that. And Kumar says, why your beard looks fake? Because I trim it. So if it just grew out, it would look more real because it would be wild and authentic. But I trim it some, so it looks like it didn't just wildly grow in. Uh, the day when death was afraid says, warning, be prepared for severe consequences on April 14th. Didn't give a year though, so we should be fine. Uh, long sleeves were those. Fact says, just joined back in from earlier to catch the end. Heck yeah. We're starting to wind down. I've got to make a trip to the airport in the morning, so I'd say 15 more minutes. I'm going to wind down 15 minutes. I'm going to roll back a little bit, see if I missed anything. Oh, somebody said beard looks nice. Thank you. Thank you. Ibze says, why am I on timeout? Oh, never mind. I was checking on that. I'm not sure what happened with that. I do have several moderators that are working through the chat for me. So, I mean, you're good now. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but welcome back. Dude just says he's going to take your Rocket League disc. There's no choice. I will just bring a disc and give it to you. You don't get to pick one of my discs. Fact says all the way down at the bottom of South Carolina in Beaufort, Hilton Head area, but it's a lot closer than California. Tax day, April 14th warning. I paid my taxes January 27th. So I'm good. Dujit sounds legit. Yep. Yep. Rocket League disc is staying with me. Ibze says, I'm a little concerned. Well, your chats are basically fine. I haven't seen you chatting anything crazy. Yeah, you should be all right. No worries. Brain says, in my mid-20s, have a mustache. Older ladies love it. Have you had a similar experience with your magnificent lip sweater? I had an exact opposite experience because I have dimples. So when I was clean shaven, older ladies really liked the dimples. And I think that's really a generational thing where there's just certain age groups that are like, oh, you have huge dimples. So clean shaven, I did get older lady making comments about my smile. Since I've grown the beard, I haven't had any of the older ladies say anything. So I've had a reverse experience with growing the facial hair. I do like the lip sweater. It's so weird. The lip sweater. Uh, should see Matt's on staggered stance. Ooh, this is good. Isbay says Ed Sheeran plus Henry Cavill. I like that. That's good. Yeah, I've got a little bit of the red here going on, pale skin, none of the musical talent. And then I've got, I have a nose. Henry Cavill has a nose. None of the acting talent. So I'll take it though. He's got like 80 pounds of muscle on me. It's whatever. Fact says, what's your top 5 favorite pro disc golfers on tour and what you think each one's attribute makes them thrive the best? What a question. That's fantastic. Ibze says, there you go. Top 5. Calvin. He has the forehand, but his backhand is so incredible. It's unbelievable. It's mind-blowing. And what he lacks is absolute consistency in putting, but he has a good putt. So when his putt's on, he's so dominant. Gannon, massive distance with everything. He throws far forehand, he throws far backhand, he putts far, and he's just insane. Ricky, forehand, backhand, huge putts, and his mental game is his weak point and also his strength. Sometimes he'll have just a bad rut and he can't get out of it. Sometimes he'll have a bad hole and just get so mad that he'll birdie every single hole on the course. Isaac, he has incredible control, great putting, great composure, and it just seems like when something goes wrong for him, he focuses on it, says, oh, that's stupid, that sucks, and then 10 seconds later, he's moved on. There are too many good players. I'll say Ezra Robinson. He has a better forehand than Isaac. He throws maybe further than Isaac, and he putts so aggressively that when he's putting well and he makes everything, he dominates. Great question. Uh, Dude, it says we're almost at a three-way tie on the poll. Have to check the poll. Oh my gosh, you guys have almost tied up Mountain Dew, Sprite, and root beer. Dr. Pepper still clearly in the lead. Still ahead. It's getting very close though. Uh, your other bestie said, I'm going on a 5-hour car ride tomorrow. I'm really scared because I get car sick really easily and my toe is broken, so I can't swim. Why would you be swimming in your car? Um, I hope it goes okay. Car rides can be annoying. Being car sick is really obnoxious. Actually, one of the things I used to get a little car sick. I had one of those little like wrist things, and it actually worked. Actually worked. So try one of those like motion sickness wrist things. Maybe that'll help. Or Dramamine. Ibze says the eyes. I'm guessing you're talking about my eyes. I have two of them, one each. Blondie and a redhead. Most of my red hair is beard. That's when I noticed it as I like shaved, and I was like, "That's really red." I don't know if I have much up top, but I used to be really blonde, and then it slowly darkened over the years. Yeah, there were like 8 people who called me Ed Sheeran last stream. It just happened over and over again. It was funny. Last stream, it was Ed Sheeran. Everyone's like, Ed Sheeran, Ed Sheeran. And then this week, it's like, why do you have so many plates back there? Doc says, next podcast, a musical podcast to see if he really can't sing. I guarantee you, if you hear me sing, you'll think, I can sing, but I'm not any good. It's just not a talent that I have. It's okay. Doomslayer, oh, missed that. Doomslayer, name a car for an edit. Toyota Corolla. B, is a found disc yours? If there's no name and number on it, I think if it's not a unique disc, if it's not an expensive disc, it's yours. If you have a good club, it's a good idea to turn it in or post it on the Facebook page. I found a couple of nice new discs at Nevin last week, posted it on Facebook, and a guy replied the next day, hey, those are mine. And then he named the discs, which one of them didn't say that it was a river. And so when he named them, I was like, okay, these are your discs. So I dropped them off so that he could get them. But if it has a name and number, you should either turn it into lost and found or text the person and see if you can get their disc back to them. Isbay says, Doc, you're so smart. I don't know about that. Doc says Toyota. Oh, I already said Toyota. That's great. And not really. Prius. Nice. Isbay says, trust me, your idea was incredible. Yeah, my singing is not impressive. Singing is not impressive. Non-snowflake says, strike while the cheese is warm. I really like that phrase. That's really good. Strike while the cheese is warm. Matthew Scott says, Mark 8:36, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? There is no profit to gaining the whole world and losing his own soul, which is why when Jesus was tempted by Satan, he refused Satan, quoted scripture, and did not test God, did not accept Satan's offer of ruling over this world, because it's meaningless. It's nothing. Not to mention, ultimately, Jesus has rule and reign over everything in all of creation. Facts. Doc says, drink a bottle of NyQuil before you get in the car. No, gosh, don't do that. Some NyQuil, well, just do Dayquil. Just do Dayquil. Some NyQuil is designed to help you sleep. Some is not, but just don't take a bunch of Benadryl and then drive. Fact says, okay, thanks. I agree basically all the way, except I've been really liking AB recently because of his distance, especially Spike Heiser, and putting when it's on is unbeatable. AB was like not even number 6, but like tied at 5 with Ezra because he's so crazy good, but he doesn't quite have the like win-win-win yet. And of course Ezra's that way too. I can't say that Ezra is like better than AB, but I don't know. I feel like Ezra's consistency in the last year has been constant. He's been constantly good. And AB was really good and then nothing special. So that's why I've kind of like said Ezra for 5, but AB's right there. So I would never forget AB, but it was a hard choice to not include him in my 5. Uh, God just says, make a joyful noise, nothing about being good. That's true in the case of singing. Um, it does not say make a talented noise. Uh, but I think that's best limited to when I'm singing in a crowd and worshiping at church. That's a great time to make a joyful noise. When it's only me and it matters whether or not it sounds good to an audience, it's not so forgiving. Ibze says, actually, Jungkook from BTS has the same kind of smile and it's so cute. Thank you. I'm not, I know about BTS, but I don't know the members specifically. So I am not familiar with Jungkook specifically, but I do take that as a compliment because I know that they're attractive people. Doomsday said, are you serious? Honestly, someone said Diablo. Just do a Corolla. Thank you, Dujit. Appreciate it. Masked Boy says, hello. Hello. Thanks for joining. Just hanging out. Punker says, what pocket knife do you carry? I don't carry a pocket knife anymore, but where is it? Here's the second best thing to carrying a pocket knife is carrying a batarang. Why not? Doc says, can't have knives where I work unless you're cleared. And factory job. Yep. Butterfly Queen says, hi. Thank you for joining us. We're hanging out, having a good time. Doc says, so Brad, you're saying you want us to all come to your house and sing with you on the podcast? Done. Doomslayer says, name a supercar or something good. You missed out. My brother-in-law, Devin, would give you, okay, he would say Hellcat, but he'd probably also try to like name some cool cars. Pinto. Dude, grab German Yuli and some microphones. Yeah, I like Christmas caroling. I mean, I don't like how cold it is, but caroling is fun. Singing is fun. I like singing. I sing in the car by myself when no one can hear me. How many likes on the stream for Brad to sing an Ed Sheeran song next stream? 1,000. Here, I'll drop it. 400 likes. And this is not a standing offer. It's on this stream. Pinto. What kind of bag do you use? So I have a Latitude 64. I'm trying to remember what somebody called this. I don't think it was a core bag. I can't remember what they called it, but I like this Latitude 64 bag. The only downside is that it only has one water bottle holder, and especially when I was in Florida last year, one was not enough. In Charlotte, it's a little bit better, but it still gets plenty hot. So that's going to be that kind of like downside, is only having one canteen water bottle with me. Not great. Pooja says, hello, bro. How are you? Doing great. How about you? Thanks for hopping in and joining us. Just chilling, chatting, having a good time. Stream only crashed once and we got it back, so could have been worse. A Kroger bag. 2 likes and he has to do karaoke, disc golf podcast, and soup talk. Doomslayer says, I will do it. Tell him. Okay. Fact Frenzy, what makes a good disc to throw a roller as far as the speed, glide, turn, and fade? Great question. All depends on how fast you throw. So whatever combination turns and can't fade for you. Whatever turns and can't fade. So Rolo is what turns and doesn't fade for, I guess, a lot of average arm speeds. Because you can throw it and it'll turn. But when it tries to start fading and it cut rolls, that's the problem. You want it to keep turning until it hits the ground and stands up into a roller. So, I mean, you normally the Rolo, the tumbleweed, whatever is made to roll is good at rolling. Otherwise, beating up Roadrunners, DX Wraiths will flip pretty fast. Mambas, yeah, it just kind of depends. I think a lot of people like to throw kind of that 7 to 10 speed for rollers a lot of times. I've also seen if you can throw on good anhyzer, then you can throw a more stable shot and roll it, and it won't stand up as fast. It'll just hold its line. I'm not very good at rollers, I'll be honest. Not my cup of tea. And I don't even like tea. Pooja says, hello, your looks are fire. Is it because of the red? Thanks. Appreciate it. It's the shirt. Duja says, usually like a 5-4, -4, 0. That's the slow end. Yeah, I mean, you could do Paradox is a good one for the slower flippy, maybe. I just don't have the expertise in rollers, I'll be honest. I know a little bit, but I don't have the good experience of throwing them and being familiar with it. Appreciate your chipping in, Dujit. Pooja says, please reply. I did. Doc, we gotta bug that car. It's a singing while dressing like Ed Sheeran. King Carlos says, show me your favorite designed disc. So right now, one of my cool ones, here's two of them here. So I have this Saint Pro and this Owl design. And these two are going to be giveaway discs. I'm close to 5,000 subscribers, so I'm going to give away at least one of these, as well as a Garrett Gerthy signed Wraith. But as far as what I'm keeping, I've got myself this Legend of Zelda stamped Buzz with Link holding the Hylian Shield and the Master Sword. Definitely way up there in terms of design that I like. Very happy about that. And then a new addition, thanks to Brent, is this Rocket League stamped Force. And I do play Rocket League, I enjoy it, and Calculated is my favorite chat in Rocket League. So I think it's funny. If says, I'm in love with the shape of you. Pooja says, please sing Espresso, Sabrina Carpenter. You do not want me to sing that. Doc says, dynamic discs, paratrooper bottle holders are great. Can get 2 in each one. Pooja says, I am a girl. Sorry about that. Welcome. Thanks for joining us and hanging out. Thanks for asking questions. Chilling. Well says, coward race. And I'm winning. Colin said, Liga said hi. Doc, wait, is there a disc called the Tumbleweed? Yes. Why Lone Star discs, Tumbleweed? I have one. I think. Maybe. I can't find it. I can usually find my disc so fast. Where is it? I'm embarrassed. I can't find the Tumbleweed. It must not be back here. Dang it. It's like the longest I've ever not said anything because I can't find a disc. No Hush Puppies or tea. Man, I'm losing my soup. King Carlos, bro, I had a feeling you were going to pull out the Birdie Hunter. I don't have any birdie-themed discs. I'm going to have the Owl, which I'm giving away. But I don't have any birdie-themed discs yet. I've got to get the logo finished and maybe get a stamped disc coming sometime soon. Be cool. You just said I'd heard the Saint is like mega glidey. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Can you give the blue disc? The blue disc? What blue disc? I have a lot of blue discs. Doc says, Brad, got to post that Rocket League disc and mention Tyler Brickley. He's a big Rocket League fan. And Andrew Presnell. I forget to mention if this is an Andrew Presnell Force. And apparently Andrew Presnell wanted the stamp. because he's a big Rocket League fan too. I'm gonna have to remember Tyler Brickley. Ad says, "What are all them colorful things in the background? They look very pretty." Dude just says they are plates. These are disc golf discs. So each of them are designed to fly a little bit differently. Oh, this one's Domi. Who asked me about Domi discs an hour ago? And they're designed to fly far and fast. And yeah, disc golf. Some are designed to go straight. Some are designed to go to the right. Some are designed to go to the left. But yeah. Krishna says, "Are you a terrorist?" No. Fact Frenzy, love your bag. Going to buy a new one because I'm just using a backpack right now. Yeah, backpack can work okay, but yes, the disc golf design bags are just so suited for discs. But you can get away with just a backpack or even like a repurposed baby stroller for quite a while. Ibse says, "You failed at finding tumbleweed. -2 out of 10." Prodigy has some good budget bags. Colin says, "What are your thoughts on the new buzzsaw? Overpriced." I haven't thrown it, so I can't say it, but overpriced. But it's fine. I think it's a collector-ish disc that some people will throw. It's just another disc. It's cool. Doc says, "Disc golf sport like golf, but discs instead of balls." Mars says, "We love a short king." Good for you. Is 5'11" short? I think it's average to slightly tall. Gavin, do you have Discmania? Yes. I bagged an FD1. Don't worry, I'll find this one. I bagged an FD1 Discmania. Discmania FD1 signed by Alden Harris. And two Enigmas, a blue and a yellow. And I've thrown the Essence. I like the P2, although I don't putt with it. I like the P2. I like the new Glacier I got in the mystery box. I respect Discmania quite a bit. I like a lot of their plastics and discs. King Carlos, how do you decide who wins your giveaways? And 30 more subscribers, let's get them there. Hey, we're getting close. So with the giveaways, I will basically say, hey, if you're subscribed to me and you leave a comment on this video, you're entered. And then I do a random draw and I do it live. So I'll hold my laptop up and everyone's name will be in this giant wheel and I'll click the button, it'll spin, and then it'll select a winner. Then I'll remove them from the list, spin it again, and then we'll win one disc, down the line for however many I give. So it's totally random, not based on merit at all. So Doc has a chance. But yeah, it's just a random giveaway. Isbay says, great for spaghetti and meatballs. Yeah, he spins a wheel. Yep. I just spin a wheel. 5'11 is pretty average. Short for disc golf, though. For competitive disc golf, yes, 5'11 is short. It's short for any real competitive sport. Height is a big factor. Absolutely. Mihai says buzzsaw. Feel the same. Stupid buzzsaws. Yeah. Ibse says that I'm tall. Thank you. Ed Sheeran in a parallel universe where he's athletic and non-musically talented. Thank you. He didn't say all of that. I added the second part. Buzzsaws would be cool for like $40 max. I get that. I feel the same way. Doc says if I stand on a tree stump, I'm 5'11 too. Does your state have interesting? It's kind of funny. Jacob, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for donating to the disc golf journey. I'm hoping to head to some amateur majors this summer. So anything helps, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Ibse says short. That's still short. I would say it's just competitive athletes. I mean, basketball, soccer, football, disc golf. Your average competitive athlete is 6'2". Yeah. Gannon Burr is 6'7". Big Germ is 6'5". Calvin's 6'4.5". Ricky's like 6'3.5". I don't know. They're all tall. They're all tall. Doc, thank you so much for the 5. Really appreciate it. To help build up that slim collection of plates. Of course, another plate reference. That's great. Hey, you can't eat soup out of plates. So just saying, science. But really appreciate it. Everything is so helpful for pushing me on towards those amateur events this year. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for the support, guys. And I appreciate all of you guys subscribing, watching my lives, watching my videos. Everything helps me. We're heading toward full monetization status for the channel. We are like 87% of the way there or something as of this morning. So we are chugging along. Jacob, thank you so much for the 5, saying same, helping with the plate collection and heading towards amateurs this amateur majors this year. Hopefully, AM Worlds and US AMs. That'd be great. But really, really appreciate it. You're the best, man. Really, thank you. Most high-level disc golfers around 6'2". Yeah, yeah. Colin says, what's your go-to putter? I putt with the Wardens, Warden Prime. So that's my go-to putter. And I just really like them. I will throw a Warden sometimes, or the Pixel, or the Keystone, depending on my shot shape. But putt with the Wardens, like the P2s, but putt with the Wardens. Let's see. Doomsday, I'm working on the Hellcat edit. You are the only masculine live YouTuber I have come across. I'm proud. Well, I'm glad that you have a little bit of support here. Devin's missing out. He would love your edit, dude. He's missing out. I'll tell him. I'll tell him, though. Let's see. Let's see. Did I miss anything? Oh, Jacob, thank you. Another 5. Goodness, dude. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks. He's going hard on getting me to AM Worlds this year. Thank you so much, man. I'm really touched. Really, thanks. Holy cow, Jacob. 7th plate mention, of course. We got the plates going strong today. Fact Frenzy, have you ever aced a hole? So I have 5 legitimate first shot aces. My first one was with a katana, 240 feet, had no business using it. My most recent, I'm trying to remember my most recent one. I aced with a Buzz SS in a match play event, and I won $80 for it. That was cool. And then for like extra shots, I have about 30 aces total. So yeah, yep, a couple of legit ones, and then a lot of like for fun extra throws. One of them was like a 100-foot hole, stuff like that. Oh my gosh, Jacob, thank you. Good night. This man is insane. He's going crazy. Thank you so much for the 10. Wow, really, really appreciate it, man. Jacob, #1 fan. Yeah, seriously. Man, I'm touched. Denglass says, say hi. Hi. Jacob's soup du jour. Denglass, hi to me. I'm just kidding. Thanks for joining us. Hi. Thanks for hopping on the stream and chatting with us. Jacob is a real one. Jacob is awesome. Hey, buddy, I said hi, all right? Calm down in the chat. It's all good. There you go. You're welcome. I guess there's a delay. That's my bad. Brad, tried any premium Wardens? I do have a Lucid Warden, and I just, yeah, the hybrid, but I have the Lucid one. The hate putting with it. It was okay for throwing. But honestly, just not my favorite. Jacob, goodness, dude. Thank you so much. He's absolutely going insane on the super chats. Thank you so much. Goodness. Single-handedly taking me to AM Worlds this year. Jeff Stark, Frisbee. Yeah, disc golf. Have a lot of disc golf discs here. Compete in a lot of tournaments. And Jacob is single-handedly trying to push me to AM Worlds this year. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry. I had an alarm scheduled, and it just probably was the worst sound that you've ever heard in your entire life. And I am so sorry. It's Brad's nap time. Except that my nap is called overnight sleeping. Jacob kept it coming. Yeah, seriously. Really, really awesome, dude. Really appreciate it. So cool. King Carlos says, for sure, height helps. Can't argue with that. I guess some people are blessed. Yeah, and it's definitely not everything. I mean, Paul Macbeth is not towering over, um, many people on tour, and he's just so good. But it definitely helps. Oh my gosh, Jacob. I mean, I have no complaints. Thank you so much, man. You're going crazy with this. Uh, you are really blessing me, and I am so thankful and grateful for it. Thank you. This is truly, really helping me to be able to play in some amateur majors. I've been worrying a little bit about finances lately, and this is a reassurance that it's all gonna to work out for me for disc golf. So thank you. Dude just says you'll go down in birdie time history. Dude just says Jacob's rich. He was. No, he's. Do we need to change the name to Jacob Presents Birdie Time Disc Golf? Your other bestie says, I meant I can't swim when I get to the place I'm going. Oh, that's really too bad. I'm really sorry. That's a bummer. It sucks to travel and then not even be able to enjoy swimming. Yeah. But I do hope that the car trip works well for you. King Carlos says, quick question, are those super chats like donations and all go to you? So it's similar to a donation and 70% go to me and YouTube takes the 30% of it. So it's still like, super beneficial and helpful for me. I know Streamlabs or something lets you keep 100. But yeah, YouTube takes a portion of it. But Luke says, Jacob, you realize you can chat without super chat. Shh. Ibze says, Luke, don't tell him. I want to say, Jacob, you can also add when you do super chat, you can say something, significant that I'll read out loud and highlight. So Doc says, Luke, no soup for you. Oh man, that's good. That's good. All right, let me. Normal white guy says, nice Easter dinner plates. I missed that one earlier. Doomsday said, I'm ready. You got the edit done? Heck yeah. Height is a myth. It's all about skills. Take Paul Macbeth. Okay, so I missed that, King Carlos, and I agree with you. But imagine if Paul Macbeth was 5 inches taller. He would be unbelievable, unbelievably dominant. So height's not everything, but it's a lot. It's a nice bit extra for sure. King Carl, oh my gosh, thank you so much, man. Says, if you could, please show us a form swinging that could be practiced in the space of your room. Well, I will absolutely show you some form. Let me just rearrange real quick here. And Jacob says, can you show me one of the plates? Can you show me one of the plates? Absolutely. I'll do Jacob's first here because it's right here. I'll pick a new one for you. So this is a Meridian Ravine, and it is an unusual disc golf company, and the plastic is partially see-through, as you can tell, but it also has kind of like the Z-Flex plastic. It has like coloration spread throughout it. Very, very cool. Oh, that's backwards. And let me set up my phone here just a little bit so I can show you my form. Garlic bread is the greatest invention. Garlic bread is good. So King Carlos says, please show us a form swinging that could be practiced in the space of your room. All right. So it's not going to be quite ideal of circumstances, but we should be able to make this happen here. Get this set. All right, let's see if you can even see me at all. All right, let's see what we got here. So This is weird. I've never done this. So, okay, you can see me pretty well. This is pretty good. So my form is the X step. So I'm stepping in my right foot, back foot's behind me. I'm reaching back, and then I'm throwing. So you're not gonna be able to see that very well. But basically, my plant foot goes to the right. My reach back comes here, and then I'm coming through with the disc toward my chest, and then opening up my arm and throwing like this. So I mean that's the best way I can describe it. And as you throw, you want to. So as you throw, you want your left leg to swing around, because if you just like throw and stop, your right arm is taking all of that stress, and your shoulder and your back are taking all of the trauma of your arm swing into your back. So what you want to do is as you throw, you want to swing around your left leg. So you want to throw and then follow through. So you can practice that by, even with a disc and not throwing it, you can practice swinging and following through. Swinging and following through. So I advise practicing that. Okay. King Carlos, was that what you wanted? Oh my gosh, Jacob, again. You're going insane here. Thank you so much. You're crazy. You're absolutely wild. All right, let's get my setup back to normal here. It's okay, Luke. Soup forgives. Plate donation. All right. Don't leave just yet, my friend. Just finish the edit. Which discs do you hate the most? I said the Invictus, which is like a wildly overstable disc. I also don't like the Stego. Just like a super stable mid. It's not for me. What are some of the discs on your wall? Oh yeah. I should probably. Okay. Jacob with another 5. Dude, you're unbelievable. Just, you are just absolutely going insane. Thank you, Jacob. Really, you're truly blessing me today. Thank you so much. And dude just says, Jacob, say something, make your money worth it. He said, show me a plate. Yeah. Okay, so I'll give you a very, very quick little glimpse here. So my brother has a bunch of buzzes set up over here. He collects different not different stamps, but like different colors of buzz. And then he also collects Lunas with different stamps. So on my right to your left, all of those on the wall, those are all Lunas. Those are all the same stamp, but they have different color stamp to it. So they're all like, they look the same essentially with different coloration to them, and different variety in the colors in the disc. So those are my brother's collections of the buzzes and the Lunas, and he loves the Luna. He loves that stamp. But now he can only throw Prodigy. Okay. King Carlos, did I demonstrate what you were hoping for that form? And like I said, when you practice, you can practice holding a disc and swinging your arm and following through with your left arm and your left leg in your living room. And I advise it. It helped me. Practicing my follow through helped me with back pain. God said, not by bread alone, but they didn't have garlic bread back then. But by every word that proceeds of the mouth of God. I could snort garlic bread. Okay. Dude just says, feel like jump putting is a little more unpredictable for me. It definitely can be unpredictable. I'm sure you're talking with a fact frenzy there, but it can be sometimes. But if you have the timing down, what jump putting does is it gives you the power without losing accuracy. And when you're standstill putting, you have to add more power and it's hard to keep the accuracy. So jump putting lets you generate that power more easily and you can stay as accurate. That's how it helps me. But everyone's putting form is different. And some people generate the power more easily. Ricky generates the power really easily. Um, I don't. Garlic bread is the greatest invention. Jacob Hernandez says, nice. Uh, what are some of the discs behind you? Yeah, I showed you guys that. King Carlos, again, thank you so much. Yes, that follow through is what I've been lacking at the end, but I feel like I have a great pull and X step. I had the exact experience, and actually, Johnny McRae is the one that, like, I had a lesson with him, and he watched me throw, and he's like, look, you need to follow through. And I was like, I don't know what that means. And he showed me that after my arm swings, to bring around my left arm, my left leg. And I'm telling you, 10 days later, my back pain went away. And I had been dealing with back pain for a month and a half, and it had gotten really bad. So I had to thank Johnny McRae the next time I saw him. I was like, thank you. You saved me so much pain. And just practicing follow through has helped my body. I went from I was playing like a round of disc golf and taking a day off before I could play again. And I was like, I played 2 rounds a day for 4 days. And I'm okay, like, I'm tired, but like, I can do that now thanks to you. I was so grateful for him. And yes, that can be practiced in your living room with a disc in your hand, not throwing it. Just, weight shift and then follow through. Weight shift and then follow through. Justin, so much for not going for 4 hours. Yeah, that was before I started getting donations. we were uh, we were about ready to close the stream, and then Jacob Hernandez comes on and says, "No, you're staying on the stream." Jacob's real for that. You're awesome, dude. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, you start adding that follow through, and I think it will help with distance because your body's just going to be better off overall. And I think it's also going to help as you're throwing, your body's going to start your follow through as the disc is leaving your hand, and you're going to be like naturally throwing more smoothly. Dropping stuff all over the place. My voice is giving out. King Carlos says, if it wasn't for Jacob, I wouldn't have donated. He inspired me. So Jacob didn't just donate. He like donated and then inspired donations. Like, what a legend. What disc would pit brother against brother? Brother against brother. Like my brother and I. I'm not sure exactly how to answer that. What would pit us against each other? Like, what would be a 1v1 disc we would both use? Or what disc would he use that matches up to a disc that I would use? Sorry, Doc, I'm not sure. Doc says, I don't mind collectors, but man, discs are meant to fly, not hanging on walls. I will say this is less than 5% of his discs. I'll say that. And he's throwing all the rest of them. So I personally, if you're just collecting discs, I'm like, whatever. If you are collecting a few and throwing a lot, that makes sense to me. That's reasonable. Speak of the soup. Yeah, so yeah, my brother definitely has some discs that he's collected. Who just says, please reply. Thank you for joining us. Serial Mouse says, John 3:16 states, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. I memorized that when I was very young. Yeah, Luke, thanks so much for helping us with the chat. Shout out to Luke. It's a tough job with tons, and I've seen plenty of it like pop up and then immediately Luke and Justin and others, but Luke's really been doing a good job with that. So shout out Luke, helping us out. Like really, I really appreciate it. For me, especially as a Christian, I want to create an atmosphere where we're all having a good time together, and maybe we can make fun of each other and say some dumb things, but we're mostly keeping it family friendly for the most part. So shout out to Luke. Dude just says if you need another mod, I'm open. Yeah, I'm gonna add another wave of mods soon. So I'll just say, Dude, you're near the top of the list. Doc, you're near the top of the list. So keep yourselves here. Serial Mouse says, I love seeing all the Christian streamers on here, even if they aren't preaching the gospel. Good balance to the tarot card streamers. Yeah, it's the most important thing in my life is loving God with all my heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love my neighbor as myself. So I'm not here as a pastor, but as a disc golfer, it's still the purpose of my life is to glorify God with all I do. So I want to create a community of fun. Doc, also I got cookies. Doc said if you turn the chat to the dark side, I'd be so happy to mod. So maybe we'll wait on Doc being a mod for a while. King says I got like 60 discs and throw only 30. I got to get the other ones flying. Yep. It goes like that sometimes. Oh, and I'll miss a few. Chat's been going kind of crazy. All jokes aside, King Carlos says, all jokes aside, love your content, very humble, and you connected with us all. Keep it up, brother. You deserve it. Thank you. Really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate all of you guys. Except some of the blocked chats. Otherwise, I like all of you guys. The man just wanted to see some plates. Brad, someone asked if you shared discs. I said, which one would y'all fight over? So the only thing we'd fight over, that's a great question, actually. Prodigy X4. My brother can only throw Prodigy now, and flippy drivers are like his jam. So this is a disc that one of his friends gave me, and I don't really throw it often enough to justify bagging it, but I don't want to like give it to him. So if there's a disc in my bag that my brother would like try to get from me, it would be this X4. So that's actually a good question, and good job keeping that going. So I eventually saw it. Pooja, thanks for joining back in the chat, man. Or I'm sorry. Pooja, you said you're a girl. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you being here and hanging out. Jake, my brother, is on the Prodigy Street team. So there are a couple of, did I say street team? Ambassador team. So there's the street team, ambassador team, and tournament team. And tournament team is pretty high level. So he gets a couple of like shirts, I think, but then he gets an allotment of discs where he basically gets wholesale prices, and he gets like credit to spend on wholesale prices. So he just got like 30 discs yesterday, and we were looking through all of his discs. He's got some feedbacks. He's got a bunch of M4s, M1s, a couple of PA4s. It was really cool. So he's got a bunch of discs that he just got that Prodigy basically says, since you only throw Prodigy, here you go. You get to pick out a bunch of discs. So that was really fun. We're going to be throwing them some next week after the Queen City Gambit. We'll try out some of those. Pooja says, bro, hey, I'm sorry that I forgot. Pooja says, your looks are so good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Serial Mouse says, I do have to say you look like the sculptures of Greek gods. So white and marbly. But thank you. I appreciate it. Serial says, all right, I'm going to the next tarot streamer to spread the gospel. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. But thanks for stopping by, Serial. Really appreciate it. And catch you later. Dude just says, if I'm mod, the chat will definitely be more soup. UV says, how old are you? How old do you guys think I am? Some of you know, but how old do you guys think I am? I'll answer in 2 minutes. Matthew Scott says Ephesians 4:22 that you put off concerning the former conversation the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lusts. And in the King James translation, it's a little bit harder to kind of grasp the meaning. But the old man is who we are without Christ. It's our sinful nature, our tendency to turn ourselves away from God. And to put that off means to focus on Christ and put him first, to obey God, but to truly repent from our sin. Marcin, last year when I was leaving the store, there was a guy named Powell, and we went ate ice cream, and then I went home. Okay. King Carlos, out of here. Good, Birdie. Got to work on some psychology assignments. Good mental break. Catch you another time. Absolutely, King. Thanks for hopping in and joining. Thanks for giving. Really appreciate it. And good luck with your follow through, and of course your assignments. And it's physiology, not psychology. Sorry about that. Physiology assignments. All right. Looks like you like disc golf. Yes. Pooja says, are you single? That's for me to know and you to keep coming back to live streams and find out later. But no, I'm married. Doc says 37. King Carlos says 28. Luke says very old. Morrison 34, 27. 37 years, 3 months, 2 weeks, and 18 hours. Doggone. All right, it's been 2 minutes. I am 29. So I'm not offended by 34. I think that without the beard, I look younger, and with the beard, I look older. So not offended by 34. 37, that hurts my feelings. Pooja from Delhi, India. Nice. Lidanis, what are the colorful things behind you? These are disc golf discs, and they're designed to all fly a little bit differently. And I play disc golf competitively at a high amateur level, not quite at the really professional level, or let alone the pro tour. But I play a lot of disc golf. Doc says I was closest. Nope, you weren't. Dalen says hi. Dude, just you have his birth certificate. Uh, 35, yeah, a little old. No way I look 40. No. Beard adds a few years, not a bad thing. Yep, I agree. He doesn't have wrinkles on his face, so he has to be below 30. That's a good assessment. I definitely have that crinkle around the eyes that are gonna turn into crow's feet. But I don't mind that. I think it just says that I like smiling a lot, so works for me. Dimples add 10 years. That's do dimples add years? I don't think so. Maybe it depends on your age. When I was 15, I don't think dimples added any age to me at all. I don't know. Maybe when I'm in my 30s, they'll make me look older. I don't know. Ed Sheeran adds 30 years. That's good. Lidana says, I like your hair. Thank you. I like my hair too. And my eyes. Thank you. I have 2 of them, one on each side. Ed Sheeran. Oh, I read that. Ron Weeks. The other 15 years. All right. Nathan Beasley. Any tips on not twisting lower right side of back pain? I can't diagnose you, of course, from here, but I was having lower right side back pain, and I was just talking to King Carlos about this a few minutes ago. When I'm throwing right hand backhand, I was letting my arm swing and stop, and it was causing me pain in my back, and especially my lower back. I started throwing and then following through with and I can't really show you, but swinging, yes, dude, just saying, picking up your back leg and following through. So instead of just throwing and stopping, throw and then let your left arm, your left leg swing around you, so that I'll do it like this. So when you go to throw, with your plant leg and your back foot, you want to swing around so that your back leg becomes your front leg, basically. So you want to swing around. To me, that's one of the biggest causes of back pain is not following through like that. And that's what following through is. So if that's not clear, look up videos on follow through. And maybe you are following through and it's something else. And I'm sorry if it is. But for that backhand form, that's what I recommend thinking of first is, are you following through enough? Because that was what was happening to me. Nathan Standstill. Standstill would do that. Luke says someone donate so he has to stay on longer. I was going to end the stream like 45 minutes ago, and then Jacob and King Carlos started donating like crazy, especially Jacob. Sorry, Luke, I'm on a budget. Dude just said, I've had the same problem, Nathan. Focus on, oh yeah, I read that, picking up your back leg and following through. Lydana says, you look like a chill dude. I hope so. I'm trying to have a great time with you guys, hanging out, having a good time, chatting. And I'll be, fully honest, as a Christian, I don't find, I can't take pride in what God has given me because it's a gift. And I'm not saying that I'm gifted. I'm saying that it's a blessing to have anything in my life. For discs, the ability to play disc golf. It's not something that I have created for myself. It's something I was given. That probably didn't sound as humble as I was hoping, but yeah. Anyway, Doc said, ever tried working on your form in a pool? I tried it and I do like the resistance. I have not tried that. Have not tried that. Nathan says, I have a good pull, no swinging, but I twist around my body instead of staying out to the side. I'm trying to imagine that. It's hard to fully see what's going on. If you'd like, Nathan, feel free to reach out to me, DM me on Instagram, if you're comfortable with it. And I've had a couple of people do this now. And if you want to, you can have a quick video of you throwing. And if you want, I can take a look at it and see if I notice anything where I can give you some advice. I don't have any claims of being able to give like pro tour professional advice. But one of the guys who asked for some advice, I kind of looked at his forum and I kind of noted a couple of things and sent him some notes on it, and he said it was helpful. So that might help. Luke says, live every Sunday. Thank you for advertising for me. Every Sunday, normally not this late, but about at 6:30 p.m. EST until somewhere between 9:30 and 10. Normally not 10:45, but we're going because we got some donations tonight, so we're going strong. Dude just said that he was having that pain a month ago. Swinging through should alleviate it some. Adam Scott says, a frisbee fanatic. I love disc golf. I did play a lot of ultimate frisbee in college, but I have since changed to disc golf and love it. It's a great sport. It's really fun. And it's a lifelong sport. Lydana says, God bless you, man. You are a great guy with a bright future. May Jesus bless you and fill your days with happiness and joy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I wish the same back to you as well. To all of you guys. Michael says, have you ever used underwater exercise techniques to improve the power of your drive? No, but it sounds interesting, like Doc said. Doc says, Brad, if I send you some soup, can you help me add some kick to it? Yes. I'll add some red pepper flakes. It's all you get. No more than that. Dude just says, that's what we're about, Adam. Pooja says, please reply. But to what? You haven't said anything. But hi. Thanks for chilling, hanging out. Nathan, what do you think about the trail? I bagged the trail. So the trail... This is a great question because I didn't really have the trail on my radar. And then the Fox Flyers in Florida said, hey, Brad, you've got your YouTube channel. Do you want to do a review of the trail? And I said, oh, is that a new disc? So I did my review of the trail. It's my most successful video on my channel. And it went into my bag because it's a good disc. So trail is good. I think it's a good control driver. It's not my favorite disc, but it's good quality for good reason. And there's a reason why out of all of these discs here, the trail isn't on the shelf, it's in the bag. Good disc. Trail's numbers are 10-5, -1-1. I think it's notably good for amateur players because 10 isn't as extreme of a speed. 5 is good glide, and the -1-1 is a controllable amount of turn and fade. So, good flight path. Adam Scott says, "Oh, see, I was big on the ring type in the mid to late '90s. I've thrown those around a little bit for fun, and they're great. They're great. Definitely the full discs for competition. Is where I head toward. But yeah, any frisbee throwing around has always been fun for me." Courtney, you have a great day. Do what you want and don't worry about rude people, and see you later. Thanks for hopping in to say that. Appreciate it. You have a great day too. Don't worry about the haters. Dr. Pepper falling back on the pole of it. Ooh. We have Mountain Dew, Sprite, and root beer tied at 24%. I feel like that's on purpose from you guys. I don't know. But we have that tied at 24%. And then Dr. Pepper, 28, only 4% ahead. It would be hilarious if I stayed on the stream just long enough for Dr. Pepper to fall to last place and then I quit. That would be funny. Nathan, just lost my reactor. About to pick up one of those, a crave, and a trail. You can't go wrong with a reactor crave trail. That's a good combo. I know a guy who tore his Achilles while disc golfing and had to retire at a young age. He was 87. Yep, you can play your whole life. 87. Wow. That's legendary. What is my favorite Bible verse? So my favorite, I would say my life verse is Micah 6:8. He has shown you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. And I think that's a great guideline for any life, to seek justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before God, because it means that the purpose of my life is to care about the people around me, to work for their good, and not just their physical good, which is important, but their spiritual good as well. To seek that justice, to love mercy, and to be okay with people doing wrong to me, because I don't want to just be walked all over, but I want to have mercy on people who don't fully deserve me to be kind to them, to be loving. I want to be kind and loving despite flaws. And then to walk humbly before God, because I don't want to walk through life succeeding or failing in my own power, but to fully be grateful to everything that God has given to me. All right. Luke says, I bet I could roll that. I think the trail. Yeah, I don't think it'll flip that fast for you. Nathan, go-to driver is the Wraith. They shouldn't overlap each other, would they? I want a hex flight but driver. I think the trail flies like a hex but driver, but I do think that I have a slightly more stable trail than some others. I made my review, and I had a few people in the comments say, that's interesting, mine's a little flippier than that. So, yeah, I can't broadly claim how every trail will fly. But I think hex but driver is a pretty good description of the trail. If you're like really wanting a little more stability, then I would recommend the Defy, which is a -1-3 and has the more stable flight. Yeah, Doc, you'd probably like the trail. Dude, did anyone try the Clash Berry? And was it as bad in the wind as mine was? I have not tried the Berry. You need a super lightweight Rollo for the wind. Yeah, great advice. Great advice. And a clear Warden. Okay. What's your grip when throwing backhand? Great question. So my backhand grip, that's fine. This is better. So my backhand grip, I fan grip, which is not the best grip for power and distance necessarily, but I just thumb on top. I hook my index finger under the rim, and then I put my three fingers out for grip. Um, yeah, so that's my grip. A lot of people will tuck more fingers under with a power grip. I've never really gotten a clean release when I hold a grip in the power grip. It just doesn't work for me. But the fan grip works. When the disc goes to leave my hand, it's clean. So that's how I do it. That's my fan grip. Um, doesn't work for everyone, but works great for me. I feel like the advantage is control and accuracy. And I think when I see people throwing further than me, you as like high level amateurs, usually they're less accurate than me. So I don't feel like it's a huge like what do you call it, advantage for them throwing further necessarily if I'm throwing where I want to, but 80, 50 feet short, 80 feet short of them, but they're off in the brush. Um, is it possible to skip discs like skipping rocks on water? Yes, you can skip discs off of water specifically. Um, sorry, I'm like catching up to all these. Ronald, thanks for jumping on, joining us. Does the defy gravity just like any disc does? Not anything special. Nothing like Alphaba. See if anybody got that one. Is that Brad's at Ronald Weasley? So you can skip discs off of water, not very common, but they also skip off of the ground, and that is very common. So a disc will come fading in and flare at the end of its flight very often. And sometimes for a scramble shot, I'll throw a cap wrap or something to intentionally skip it off the ground and have a different path to go left around obstacles. So you can skip discs, usually not off of water on purpose because it's risky. Paige Pierce says fan grip didn't lose much distance compared to power grip, plus it's more accurate. I think that holds true up to a certain amount of power, after which I think power grip does make a difference. I don't know where that line is. It might be different for every person, but if you're capable of throwing, let's just say anyone who's throwing 600 feet power grip, I don't think they can throw 600 fan grip. So I think that it does have a limit, but I don't think it's a very big difference when you're limited to 450 or less. Luke says, I'm trying to find a disc I can throw as hard as I can and go straight. Destroyers tend to be too flippy. He would say that. I have a destroyer that's not too flippy for you. Not too flippy. Maybe a Venom? I don't know. Did you see? I missed something. Where was it? Oh, goodness. Did you see Ricky switch to a power grip for all lines this year? I did not see that. Felix, what is a frisbee then? So these are all disc golf discs, and then a frisbee, as you can tell, it's taller, it's thinner. The disc golf disc rim is designed to handle the grip and impact, but a frisbee's not designed for that. It's designed to be tossed rather than thrown. Try D2 Pro. Yeah, you'd probably like my DD1. You'd probably like a DD1. You'd probably like a D2. Yeah. Good recommendation. Ladana says, by the way, I go around lives and ask people about Jesus. So here's your question for you. How did Jesus change your life? Long story short, I was selfish. I wanted to benefit myself in my life. I was condescending toward my friends, let alone people that weren't my friends. And all I cared about was enjoying my life to the best that I could give fun to myself. And God quickly challenged that in me and taught me that I was extremely limited in my own capabilities, and anything good that I'm able to do is because he has given me the ability to do it. And that humbled me pretty quickly. And I stopped looking down on people who are equal in the eyes of God, because there's nothing that puts me above them in any way. even if I have a position of authority over someone, it's only a job that I have to be in charge, not a status that I have that makes me better than them. So I would say that humility is the biggest thing that Jesus changed in my life because I was very full of myself. Frisbee is generally bigger and lighter weight. Excalibur, yeah, good one, good one. Doc said why I said ahem and thank you for the wicked nod. My Excal, Nathan says my Excal is so stable as soon as it leaves my hand, and if destroyers are flippy for you, you definitely have a lot of power. Luke can definitely throw some bombs for sure. I'll have to assess. Luke wasn't throwing as far when I played with him last, so I'll have to assess in person, hopefully in the next 2 months. The Ortiz says, have you ever tried a boomerang? I have thrown a boomerang. I believe I've only thrown and caught the boomerang like once because they're kind of scary to catch when they're flying in at your face. But my favorite boomerang, my buddy, has a wooden Ocarina of Time boomerang that Link uses in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and he has that boomerang, and we threw it in a field, and that was awesome. I'm not very good at it though. It's fun. Yep, we get spammers in the chat, but thank you, Luke, for for doing so much to monitor that. Luke, Justin, and other mods and future mods that will be added to the mod army soon. Dude says some runs of plastics of the destroyer are definitely more flippy than others. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Halo destroyers have no turn. I mean some Halo destroyers Calvin does not turn them over. But a Star Destroyer will drift if you throw fast enough. Justin says, you beat me, I'm hopping off now. Justin, stay for the soup. It's too late for soup. Justin, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. I'm getting off in just a couple of minutes unless Jacob comes back and starts giving money again. I've got to go to bed. But I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. I'm going to see if I can catch up to chat really quick. Champ Wraith is finally starting to get some turn, 320 feet consistently. That's great. Best disc for flex shots. I would say flex shots, you want something that's stable but not wildly overstable. Depends on how far you throw. So if you're throwing 350, then I would say a good flex shot disc would be a Destroyer or a DD1 or a D2. Maybe a Raptor. Something that, I mean, Raptor is a little more overstable, but it's slower. So something that when you put on that Anheuser, it's not going to cut roll, but it's going to swing and then it's going to fade. But if it's too overstable, like a cap wrap, when I throw an Anheuser, I don't get a swing out of it. It's more like it's just fighting out of it. Bailey says, can I be a mod? Bailey, I don't give out the mod very quickly. I hang on to it for a few weeks. So if you come back and you're doing great in chat for a little while, then you'll be on the list. I've got a couple others who have been here over the longer term, hanging out in chat, doing a great job, and they'll be mods, but I hesitate to hand out the mod quickly. Lidana says, good night, thanks for joining and hanging out. Doc gives $1 trying to keep me on. Thank you so much, Doc, really appreciate it. Doc just bought us all another 68 seconds of live. Avery, try a Ricky Fallon. Yeah, Fallon might work. Just depends on how fast you throw. Yeah. Adeline, hi. Thanks for hopping on. We're going to get off in just a minute, just so you know. Luke said, I thought we were bros, dude. Doc says, I got 3 cans of soup on Luke at the next round. And dude says 4 cans on Brad. I'll say I think that Luke is catching up, but I would say competing consistently at a higher rated level, even though I'm not playing great right now. I still think I can take Luke. Oh gosh. Ortiz says, have a great week ahead. Happy upcoming St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's okay, Luke. We're just getting people excited because we plan to run off with all the soup bets. Do you throw discs with low glide? Sometimes. Occasionally. I normally am throwing stuff at maybe a Valkyrie with 4 glide or Rogue with 4 glide, but I'm not tending to throw like the Berg. I just feel like I'd rather just throw a putter more slowly. But I see their benefit. So low glide discs can be really good. Doc says people just $1 every 10 minutes can feed soup to a struggling pro disc golfer. Nathan says, you ever watch Jay Milley? Maybe once. I'm aware of Jay Milley, but I don't have the, like, I'm not subbed. I'm not watching all the time. But yeah, I'm aware of the channel. Sup, bro, respect from Russia. You from USA? Yep. USA, North Carolina. Thanks for hopping on from Russia. Just FYI, we're about to end because I've got to go to bed. But thanks for jumping in for a bit. Favorite Russian soup? Oh gosh. Jay Milley is one of your favorites, Dude. Yeah. Merc level, do you have the high ground? I do. I do have the high ground. Yeah. Jay Milley, fun videos. Okay. Guys, I'm going to end in a minute here. We have Mountain Dew and root beer tied at 24%, Sprite at 25%, and Dr. Pepper at 28%. Dr. Pepper led, I think, from like 10 minutes into the stream for a full 4 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. So Dr. Pepper, clear winner. Mountain Dew just changed to tie Sprite at 24%. So I'm going to call Mountain Dew, Sprite, and root beer essentially tied because they were in flux up and down for the whole time. But Dr. Pepper, clear winner. Thanks for jumping in. 192 votes in the poll. That was really fun. Justin made it. Yes, Justin made it. I'm going to stay on until Justin gets off. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Enjoy the videos from not enough content creators sharing the sport. So good stuff, Brad. Thank you so much. Definitely, there are plenty of us out there who are doing a good job, but I appreciate that. And there could be more. There could be more. All right. All right. Love you guys so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you, anyone who gave. Really a blessing. Like, seriously, such a blessing. And thank you all. Love you all. I will catch you later. Next week, we'll be going live. We won't go this late, but we will be live 6:30 p.m. EST. And I hope that you'll be able to join. All right, guys. You have a good one.